Hi, Kuna.
Hi, Vanmati.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. Are you sure about the link or? Uh,
I don't. That's why I asked in the group.
okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, Bashir is replying in the chat. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
that's
It's just
fine. Thanks.
10 minutes.
Hi, online. Uh, you can hear me, guys, from the online. Can you hear me, Tim, from the online side?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
Sifa.
Okay. Um, so I just wanted to check with you guys whether you are able to see one camera or two cameras. You are able to see our team and you are able to see me also, or only
Yeah.
you can able to see the entire team.
Yeah, we
Two
can
cameras,
see.
right? Okay. You are able to see myself and the team also, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can see both. Yeah.
Fine. Thank you, Tim. Thanks for that. Okay. So I think we can get started. Okay. Can somebody speak from our online side? Team? Just want to check the mic. Can somebody speak from the online side?
Hi, Irfan.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Hi, Irfan. Hello, team.
Again, we are able to hear. Great. Okay. So I'm just trying to set our environment level best, right? We can get started now. Okay. So our team will be coming. Okay. Let us get started in the meantime. I know, like having the session in the morning and making you come over in the evening is really very hard situation for me also. Right, even taking the session and coming back, the evening is a bit hard for me also, and all of us it's a really hard part actually. But like we are all being over here for getting something achieved really big, right? Uh, so that you guys will be getting a better momentum post today's completion. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys something very much admiring thing, right? Which I spent almost more than 3-4 months of the time from the day when we went for the competition. Almost 3-4-5 months I was spending time on getting this like completed actually. This particular project I was working on getting completed. Two things. One is the project related to showcasing you over here as a on project. Second one is the carry project, which you guys are going to make use maybe from the upcoming week. So tomorrow I'll give. It's like today we will spend some time on understanding two things. Like there are two tracks I'm creating here. Okay, we will understand like what are the two tracks. Next I'll start giving the input on that, but track number one, which you are going to see, is more towards today. Okay, so that is more not related towards technical, much of technical. Today we'll have some technical discussion, but very reduced way of discussing the things technically because I don't want to dedicate free sleep as you are mentioning, right? So let's ensure like you are not going to get that feeling. But the end of the today's discussion, what we are going to make will give you a very good momentum of like getting a lot of things actually. Okay, so our Rajesh is here. Rajesh. After a long time, we are taking that. Though in the office, we did not mention. Okay. So 18, yeah. Very good. Thanks for coming, Rajesh. So, last time you were not able to come, right? You were in Bangalore, right? Good. After we planned over time. Okay. So, team, Rajesh will tell, like about how he have been transforming for a long time, right? So, maybe that is recognizing after how he is 8 years, right? Yes. So whoever I see by face, right, I could able to recognize easily. That is general thing, right? But even I can able to recall some of your faces and names. Some of you I did not meet earlier. This time I'm able to meet. right? So great team. Okay. So what's our plan today, right? We are going to have, like a kind of a mock interview. Okay. I mean that mock interview has to be conducted with some of our team members over here. Okay. They recently got opportunities, or they are trying for getting some more opportunities also. Any one of our team members is going to sit over here and present in front of you guys to showcase how you have to kickstart your interview discussion basically. Okay. I'm going to go with them with some basic interview questions, like which will make us stand still, right? A very important factor. Because despite I give this input to a lot of people saying, okay, guys, you have to always consider the factor of creating a document about yourself that explains about, like explain about yourself, tell me about the roles and responsibilities you play, tell me some of the challenges that you face, tell me some technical, transformations that you are doing, right? What are the Indian transformations that you are doing on a daily basis? Tell me some performance optimization you faced, right? These are some of the questions will make most of the people stand still, including performance optimization question, right? So we're going to have a very quick live, like a mock interview session, right? That I'm going to have you guys in the near future. This is just the starting point, okay? I want to have with you guys also to ensure you guys are also in up to speed with respect to how maybe Harini was not able to come to like JSC is one of our team member who started attending the interview and almost she is in the near end of getting multiple offers section. Okay, so she will be giving us some input about like how to attend an interview. Okay, I was just talking about you. Yeah. So she's JC and she's one of our team members. I feel last time you might not have met her, but she was not available at the time. But she's almost been with us for nearly a year, right, by now. And she have did a lot of activities like in terms of setting up of our environments, projects, and other activities. I used to show a lot of things that are here and there, like with you guys, tools and other things. She's one of the person who involved very heavily on that. But we want to encourage like all of the people who are associated with us to grow further as like how we are growing, right? In that aspect, she's looking for a couple of opportunities and she get prepared on that aspect. So how the preparation you need to have, right? That is she's going to showcase in front of you guys. Okay, that's the plan what we have. That is the first activity what you are going to do. Why I'm going to do that activity is you are going to understand the importance of making the interviewer, get some initial thought about it. If you go and get the interviewer observed in such a way to say, the first impression is the best if you create, right? That will make a huge impact in your opportunity, basically. So basically what happens, the interviewers will be very much tired on interviewing a lot of people. If they don't get the right candidate. But if they get the first impression itself, like made by somebody better, right? They'll choose in their mind, okay, let me ask the question which is suitable for them. And then if they are very fit for our project means let us take like taking marker. It's not like I have some templated question. Those questions you have to answer. Then only I can take like this. The interviewer should not feel. So for that reason, the first impression will create always the best impression, right? So that is the one we are going to do as a track one activity in our upcoming days also. Okay, the track one activities with respect to how like JSC is going to present, how she is going to explain that you are going to get some understanding of it, like how an interview will be primarily. If you want, you can take that interview by yourself. Right? If that goes well, right, with respect to explain about yourself or whatever such kind of questions goes better means definitely the interview is in your hand, not in the opponent hand. Okay, so definitely that will create an impression. It's the first part we are going to see. Then I'm going to have a career roadmap, kickstart and walk. So we are going to create one track number one of how we are going to get position ourselves to get ready for all these aspects of what we are going to discuss. The roles and responsibilities are challenges you faced, the deployment activity, what you did, right? Performance optimization, cost saving mechanisms, or whatever, right? That we are going to discuss in a form of tool, which I'm talking for a long time, right? That tool you guys are going to start use from next week onwards. Okay, that is the second thing. The third thing is I'm going to have some sort of like Q&A session with you guys. Now we are almost in completed the stage 2 activities, right? Since we have completed the stage 2, now we may have some questions in our mind, open questions. I don't want to have a hesitation of asking any questions today. Okay, I wanted to get the questions from both online people and the people over here also, right, to ask me openly. Okay, that I'm very much happy to address. This is the third activity, that is nothing but a live podcast of the career transformation. You may have questions in the career transformation, or you may have questions in how I can proceed further and all these things. After you go through all this, you will get some clarity. But what are the questions additionally you have, you can feel free to ask. I'm there to help you guys and answering. Then we are going to have some of our team members over here. Like I know Vasu and Kunal are some of our early birds, like who adapted into the technology, right? And I wanted to see all of you guys in the near future. Maybe in a month of time, I want to see all of you transform. Okay, depends upon how much interest. I mean, who are all interested in doing it. It's not like I'm going to force one of you guys have to do it, but this transformation exercise, all of us has to do. It's not about going and looking for a job opportunity. It's all about like how you are going to leverage this learning, right? How you are going to transform this learning for kind of an outcome. That is very important. Right? Otherwise, see, basically the efforts whatever we put, how we can go and realize by evaluating us, right? By evaluating ourselves, we are going to conduct hackathon spaces. These are the other things, and now we are going to soon going to have tomorrow evening onwards. We are going to start the activity. Tomorrow I'll give you all those roadmap of what you are doing. But in the meantime, I wanted you guys to get into an alignment here. Okay, you need to have some like occurrence with me. Okay, let's create that occurrence actually. So expert advice and interview tips are going to be given by a couple of our team members. I know like some of you guys are being over here even could chime in to give some sort of input about like how you guys are looking into the market. Maybe a couple of you guys may be attending the interviews or you may have got an opportunity also. I'm not sure about it, but like those advice we are going to get, and I'm going to take you guys to one of the project showcase, right? Where which we are set in our on-prem environment. So especially as I told, right, I used to teach almost for more than a month of time the architecture of distributed computing, distributed storage, processing, and all this. I want to take half an hour of time today to equivalently provide the same kind of transformation to you guys. I mean, don't think that is not possible. It is possible. We are going to do it. Today we want to do that activity, right? As a one more set of activity. Okay, that is the real project and the private cloud tool. Basically, we are going to do that activity. Then we have some sort of like what are the synergy building or the storage distribution and even the dinner also we have. Wine today for continuing tomorrow. You know, it's we are this week around we are allocating 4 days. Because I'm waiting for this day for a long time, but I was not able to get that happen because of last week's and all Ramzan week came, and then last week I had a weekday, and in between we had other batches on. I was not able to get a room on, especially I want to have it on Saturday. They had it on Sunday last week, right? Maybe a couple of people for some reason, like maybe I had to travel back and from or somewhere else, right? That's the reason I want to have it this Saturday itself. We are fortunately able to execute it, right? Okay, Tim. So with that all, I'm going to have a kind of mock interview with our Jayashree. Okay, maybe she can explain about herself, like how she is trying to get transformed and all these things and all. In addition to that, I'm going to take you guys to the post that, right? Post I connect with Jayashree. I'm going to take you guys to this tool actually, this tool walkthrough. This tool walkthrough is pretty directly proportionate to what we are going to discuss. You are going to understand, first of all, the live importance of making use of this tool. Usage of a live demo of why we are using this tool, right? The importance of this you will be getting. Okay, well said. Tim, thank you so much for being over here, for accepting our second invite for our stage 2 milestone completion. Right, we completed stage 1 and now we completed stage 2. We are in stage 3 already. I could say we completed a stage 3 strategically. Once we complete the ADLS and the database integration, we complete this part alone. You can say I'm almost strategically ready for stage. All you have to get ready is how to get ready for attending some interview questions, how to answer some common interview questions or specific interview questions. That's the only thing you guys have to get ready after. So wait for it, we'll discuss on that. Maybe tomorrow we'll discuss on that. But first of all, I'm thanking you for all of you over being here, and I would like to thank JHD. Like I was calling her for last week also, she came right to she and some of our team members have came actually, right? And they were contributing a lot in terms of helping our team members. They are not going to get anything out of this, right? They are just being over here, accepting my invite, and they are helping in transforming whatever they have put as effort. It was a thorough effort what they put, I know. They put a lot of time and effort and all on making the things happen, right? And then parallelly while they are working on the tasks what we are allocating, they were parallelly learning also in the components and all. So that's a great achievement they have made, and they were able to almost clear the interviews on the first few rounds. On the first attempt itself, they were able to clear actually. That's self and you know, and a couple of other people are there over here. They're able to. Okay. So thank you, Jayashree, for being over here. So you can maybe like come over here and explain to our team about your career transformation, what you're making, and then maybe we can have a interview. You can get it.
Hi, Deshi. Currently working as a GCP data engineer at Meetup Technologies. And earlier, while joining here, I'm theoretically I'm better or good, but in technically or like code wise or practically, I'm not that much confident about myself. So I'll openly tell all the staffs here, sir, and maybe Zia sir, who helped me overcome all my fear. And they will give me certain tasks, and I've done a POC on a data scrapping project, which made us to overcome what we fear about ourselves. And yeah, that's
Okay. So, and she was instrumental in working in a lot of other tasks that we was in terms of the optimization activities and all that we were doing, and even in some of the digitalization projects and all what we were doing as POs initially, they were involving on those actually. Okay, and in fact, like whatever the task I given you guys, I was asking them to help me on converting that into. For example, I did everything in DSL, right? I asked them to convert it to SQL. I asked them to get some in-depth understanding of the performance optimization components in the database and all. They were doing it much better, and there are a lot of other advantages we used to give, and they were working very heavily on that, involving as a team. There are around 10 plus people have been over here to work together, like attending meetings and scrum meetings and everything. As like organization, like how we can do, right? So that activity they were doing very well, and then they want to start look for the opportunities, and whoever is looking for them, we are ready to give them action. We are ready to bring them up to speed in terms of making this kind of engagements. Okay, so thank you for that, Jayshree, for explaining the team. So we can go ahead with the interview, right? So please. Okay, so tell me about yourself, Jayshree. Yeah, sir.
Hi, this is Jayashree. I've completed my UG at Makoshlank Engineering College with 82%. And after that, I was fortunate enough to join at Inceptors Technology as a GCP data engineer for past 3+ years. And I'm currently working in a banking and finance sector project. Here, I'm mainly involved in designing and implementing batch pipelines using the GCP services such as Dataproc for processing, BigQuery for analytics, and GCS for storage, and Airflow for orchestration by transforming all these structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. And I'm well versed in the querying language and programming languages such as SQL and Python. And would you like me to explain more?
About the project, right? Okay. So how many years of overall experience you have? Overall, you have 3 years of experience, right? Okay, mainly you have worked in the cloud platform. Okay, have you got some experience in the on-prem platform as well?
As earlier, I was part of this on-prem project where we were using this Hadoop Hive and Spark for storing, processing, and for analytics. Then we migrated to this GCP platform. So we could easily adapt it to this, and since this technology is also much updated than we were using like the traditional one.
Great. Okay. So you guys were doing a kind of a lift and shift or a kind of a modernization in the cloud from the on-prem.
Yes.
So what sort of activity you guys were doing? Lift and shift activity or modernization?
Lift and shift.
Yeah, whether you guys do have did a lift and shift only. Okay, the directly you have shifted the code base from the on-prem to the cloud, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Jishi, thanks for that. So, can you tell me about your roles and responsibilities that you play from the morning till evening in your organization?
Okay, sir.
Like with respect to the technology and as well the regular activities that you do.
Okay, sir. I design scalable and secured data architectures using BigQuery, Google Cloud Storage, and Dataproc for processing, storage, and analytics. And I automate all the ETL workflows using this Cloud Composer and uh, cloud functions for seamless data integration and transformation. And I ingest the data from multiple sources such as files and databases, APIs into the Google Cloud Storage. And I transform the data using the Spark JDBC in the Dataproc, Google Dataproc, and I load the transform data into the BigQuery for analytics. And we write stored procedures using this CDC, SCD type 1 and type 2 concept for incremental data loading. And we monitor and troubleshoot the failures, this Google Cloud monitoring and Google Cloud logging. And I automate the CI/CD pipeline for smooth transition from this production to development to production. And we use this Looker and Data Studio for better insights of the data and for analytics. These are
Great. So you involve in the development as well in the productionization and as well some sort of like challenges you might be facing, right? So can you list out few challenges that you face on your daily basis, right? So here and there challenges, what are you used to face, right? Can you please explain that?
Okay, one main challenge is this batch extraction. We from the source in the data block. We earlier, since it is a big data, we instead of one single thread extraction, we just made use of this partition technique. So we give this upper bound and lower bound value. So we will get the data partitioned in a, and it will happen in parallel. And also to ensure furthermore to reduce this data loss or data duplication, because we don't need to install ingest all the data to ensure this incremental data load. We made use of this checkpointing logic where we'll be using this timestamp and checkpointing. So it will while transforming, it will just for timestamp mentioned, we will just read the data after the timestamp. So if no timestamp mentioned, we will just pull all the data. So this is a challenge, and this is how we rectified it. And another is we gave Spark to dynamically allocate the executors instead of we allocating it manually. So, and this is one major thing. And while unnesting all the data, we instead of giving the select star and all these things, we just unnest all the required columns alone. So,
Okay, so nesting for JSON data.
yeah.
Okay, okay. So by that way, you are doing some sort of like push down. Is that correct? Okay, great. Okay. Have you worked in Databricks by any chance?
Yes, sir. We just worked on a logistics pipeline alone for the transformation part. So we worked on that.
Okay, okay. So did you made any performance optimizations in the cloud platform as well in Databricks? Maybe
Yes,
can
sir.
you throw some light on that?
Okay. So one major thing is we will avoid the select star. So we will give the required columns alone, and we mainly use this partitioning and clustering concept. And according to the usage, we will do it like integer based partitioning, or load timestamp based partitioning, or timestamp based partitioning. And we majorly use this materialized views, so that we can to reduce the complexity of the data. And we also use this temporary tables to temporarily use the required tables, and later it get deleted. And to reduce this cost and all these things, we use this ephemeral cluster concept. So it just creates a cluster, and it will just work on it. And after the job is done, it will just automatically delete it. And we use this broadcast join, where we'll be sending the smaller tables to all the executors. So which reduce the shuffle in the process. And we enabled the AQE, that is the adaptive query execution, whereas on runtime we will the query gets furthermore optimized. And yeah, that's all. These are some of the optimization we use.
Great, great. So, with respect to Databricks, have you did any optimizations?
Yes, sir. We use this optimize, which will group the data according to this. Which is equal data. We will do this, and we also this deep cloning and shallow cloning, where we'll be making an exact copy of the data and the metadata in the deep cloning. Whereas in shallow cloning, we will just copy the metadata information alone. This is mainly used for this testing and experimentation purposes. And we use this deletion vector concept, where instead of deleting the record, we'll be giving the select a delete from where condition. It will just mark it that a record alone into another .db file, so that it doesn't watch when we look at the data. It doesn't we won't be looking at, but it will be in the backend. It will just be invisible for it. And also the CTAS will be using that select create table as select, so that we can just instead of using the select and insert concepts, we will be using the CTAS. And we can also do transformations in the same single step. So these are the few optimizations we did in Databricks.
Great, Jayashree. Out of maybe like or the technology stacks what you're mentioning, right? Can you tell it as a kind of a pipeline, like how you have that orchestrated, maybe starting from the source system till the end part with respect to the medallion architecture?
Okay.
Or maybe can you explain about the architecture, like what are all the architectures you worked, and then particularly about medallion, or even the common model architecture, what you follow in GCP, right? Can you explain about that, like whichever the architecture you work, right? You can explain that.
Okay. In my project, I'll also tell a brief about my project.
Sure.
I'm currently part of this enterprise initiative called FinLink 360, where the main motto, which is a banking and finance sector project, where the main motto is to integrate all the data into a single GCP platform, where we'll be using this banking operational data, and we will do business level transformations. And we will be at the end we'll be creating a report for reporting and analytics dashboard. And here this core banking system and loan management system acts as a system of record, and the GCP platform, where we transform and ingest the data and do the transformation. All this is act as a system of insight, and this reporting and analytics dashboard acts as a system of engagement. And here we achieve this through layered lakehouse architecture, where the data goes from source ingestion and raw and curated and analytics and outbound or consumption layer. In core management system, we have these RDBMS tables, such as the payments, accounts, and transactions, which is present in the Cloud SQL. So here it accesses the source. So we will be ingesting it using this data prop, using this Spark JDBC. We will pull the data, and here we will be using this checkpointing file logic. So there will be a timestamp mentioned. If it is mentioned, we will just pull the data after the timestamp, else we will pull the whole data. And in the raw layer, we will be creating an exact copies of the data which is in the RDBMS, such as payments raw, accounts raw, or transactions raw. In the curated table, we will be do the transformations using the stored procedure, and at the end of the curated table we will be getting this domain specific analysis such as fee leakage or fraud detection, all these according to the KPI, and this is mainly for the domain specific, and in the analytical layer we will create a flat-end ledger table to join all these payments and accounts and transactions, and and at the end we get this data for such as overdue payments and all these high value payments and all these things according to the business KPI metrics. And this is one pipeline, fact pipeline that I've worked on.
Great. So, while you are developing this pipeline, right, what is the architecture you applied here?
This Lakehouse architecture.
It's a complete Lakehouse architecture. Okay. So, in the original project, right, where you were telling initially in the on-prem environment, right? So, how did you implement the same solution?
And on-prem.
In the on-prem environment, the same project, did you migrate it from on-prem to the?
Yes. Earlier I was working on-prem.
Okay.
And there we were using this Hadoop for storage and Spark for processing, and we use Hive tables above the Hadoop for analytical purposes. So this is what we were working on the.
Okay. So you're using plainly the HDFS Hive and the Spark for transformation and Hive for the analytical purposes,
yes.
Right? Great. Okay, I have a final question with respect to your cluster size, right? What is your data volume? Types of data you handle already you mentioned, but what is the data volume that you handle maybe on a daily basis or whichever, and how many number of jobs you are having in your project, right? Maybe with respect to what are the cloud SPs or BigQuery SPs or even the data prop jobs, right? How many jobs you have, and how much volume of data you handle, and what is your cluster size if you are running some ephemeral or even long running clusters, right?
So, the frequency of my data is on business date it is some 400 to 450 GB, and on holidays it is some 150 to 200 GB of data. And for development, the cluster size is some 8, and for production it is some 24. And the overall cluster storage capacity is some 5 TB, and I've mostly worked on some 150 pipelines over these years.
Okay. Okay. So around 150 pipelines plus you have worked on. Okay, great. Great, Jayashree. So this sounds better. So in terms of technology, you are good in SQL, Python, and then BigQuery, Dataproc, PySpark, and then Airflow, right? Great. So just tell me about the Airflow concurrency feature.
Okay, in Airflow, we have this direct concept, so direct acyclic graph, where the steps doesn't get repeated. So here we'll be having tasks and operator, and I've mainly worked on operators such as Python operator, Bash operator, dummy operator, GCS to BigQuery, or BigQuery to GCS operator, and Dataproc create cluster operators, and Dataproc job submit operator. So from the name, we can just come to know that this ensures what are the job that I have done. So these are the operators that I've used in my Airflow, and using this tasks, we can prioritize which task has to be done, and like from D1 greater than D2, so we can just prioritize, and we use this XCOM concept to pass the values between each different tasks. So these are few things that I worked on Airflows.
Great, Jayashree. Thanks for all the input. Like maybe we'll have a technical round, like in the next slide. Okay, so it's a kind of an initial round with respect to understanding about your regular workloads and all what you are doing. So we'll have a deep round of technical discussion, especially in terms of SQL, Python, Spark, and maybe Airflow, right? Plus including the BigQuery. since you are working the GCP platform, right? BigQuery plays a very important role, right? Great, great. Thanks for your time and effort, Jason. Thank you. So, hope you guys had some interactive kind of a live understanding of how the interview will happen and how the interview, right, is impressing the interview, right? So what I will feel now, I'll first realize, or maybe I need it from you guys, right? What are the things I can feel now regarding Jason? First thing is I interviewed from morning onwards, lot of people. Do you agree, like Jayashree, somebody else might have inspired or made me feel happy, like how she have explained? Do you feel anybody might have, or maybe out of 20 people I interviewed, how many people might have spoken like this? First question. In the past 1 week, I interviewed maybe 50 people access. How many people might have confidently answered, like how Jayashree have answered in a very clear fashion, in a very well prepared fashion, in fact. Tell me, Tim, I need an interaction. If you guys on that.
And me as the lowest doing excellent.
Sure, very good. Great. So keep well prepared on attending the interview, right? So let me ask you this question, right? You guys are all into the technology, right? All of us, including myself, right? We are all into this technology only. But all of a sudden, if somebody asks all these questions, like first question is, tell me about yourself. One question let me ask you. You guys answer me. Is it possible or not? Explain about yourself is a very simple question, right? We know about ourselves, right, than anybody else. But can we able to answer the question repeatedly the same way? If I ask the same question again and again on a daily basis, maybe if I pull Jayesh or somebody over here and I ask this question, tell me about yourself. Can you answer the same way on the day one? How you answer? Me on the next day and next day. You're going to Jay is attending 5 interviews. First interview he is going to explain about himself, maybe in one way. Second, he will explain in some other way. Not in an orchestrated way, he can explain. So that plays a very, very important role in making the interview feel comfortable. First question, right? And do you agree? Every interview will ask this question as the first question. Tell me about yourself, right? So that tell me about yourself will decide whether you are going to drive the interview or interviewer is going to drive the interview. You can get ready yourself to answer best about you, right? That's going to create a very good, impact actually. Okay. Second question is obviously the project question they asked, but I did not go to the project immediately. I went to the project in a different way. Like I asked a question, hey, tell me some architectures work. She was started explaining about the project. That way you have to bring somewhere the explanation of the project that makes me understand much better about her, right? Because she was not talking about the project directly. She was telling about what are the source systems, what are the overall architecture. She did not talk about the technology immediately. First, she talks about the source system, what are the layers that she has in the project, right? Adding the architecture, Legos architecture, or what are the medallion architecture, canonical architecture, depends upon the system, right? Then she talked about the data, what are the tables even she has data. Some of the tables in the raw layer, curated layer, consumption layers that she talked about. Then she talked about the technology stack. I use DCS for storage. I use incremental data ingestion, CDC data capture, SCD data capture, or whatever she was talking about, right? And she was talking about some performance optimization thing further, right? When I was asking, like she was having some diverse performance optimization related concepts understood, like with respect to the source ingestion onwards. She's talking about JDBC she used. She did a parallel data ingestion. She used partitioning concept in ingesting the data. Like this, lot of those kind of things she brought up. Agree, right? So that makes me understand she worked in multiple layers. Come on. Okay. So multiple layers, she have proven me that she have worked in the project. She really worked in the project. First of all, it makes me understand. Yes, she really worked in the project, and she really worked on some performance optimization things. Right? That time she can drag like anything here. So performance optimization question asked, you can even drag for 20 minutes and talk about that itself for 20 minutes. That will eat the most of the time of the interview. Nowadays, interview used to get 45 minutes of time to interview. Maybe half an hour to 40 minutes. Even in our organization, we got half an hour only. We fought with the HR and we got at least 45 minutes. right? By the way, companies to company, interview to interview, everything varies. So don't always think monotonically like only this way the interview is going to happen. Interviewer will allow you to speak in this way if you feel comfortable. If you get whatever he needs, he'll speak in that aspect. Or he will do some cross question. Like I was asking about tell me like the Yargo what you have mentioned, right? Tell me about the particular feature of concurrence. She answered what is concurrence. Then she have taken an opportunity to explain about more in details about like some of the actions or tasks and all what she wanted, right? And then she was talking about the daily roles and responsibilities. It's very, very important. Including in the daily roles and responsibility, she brought a point related to the deployment, CACD also, including what were the other challenges she faced that she was explaining. And I was about to ask what was the transformation that you did, the VB2 program. But she did not give me a chance. She spoken about that already. So I don't have a question to ask that separately. So team, do you agree? Like in this way, if you go and get ready and ready to impress the interviewer in any aspect you are going to have, any technology stack, that is a good story, right? If you get ready in all these specific aspects of tell me about yourself, tell me about the roles and responsibilities that you play, tell me about the daily challenges that you face, tell me about the transformations that you did, tell me about your project, tell me about your project name, starting with project name, that itself will make the interviewer understand for working in a big data project and a non-big data project. And tell me about the project description and the performance optimizations. All these things, if you coordinate and answer, that itself will eat half an hour of your interview. Then the balance time, what he has for interviewing you in the technical side. But she addressed most of the technical questions. Now I can go and ask her with lower level of saying, okay, you are telling about partitioning you will use. What sort of columns you can use in partitioning? You are telling about clustering you are applying, right? Or you are telling about something like shallow copy and the like the deep copy. So tell me a scenario where you have applied the shallow copy. She need to have the answer ready. Or I can give some scenario to her. They tell me like there are two tables, one table is very bigger, smaller in size. There is a huge variation in the values, like what techniques to apply. In order to understand whether she know adaptive query execution really or not, whether she knows sorting techniques or not, I give some scenario. Data is skewed in one table. How do you apply a kind of a skewed join? How do you make the skewed join work much efficiently? By enabling adaptive query execution, an option called skewed join and enabling. Or I'll ask like general questions, right? A general question you used first ask. Partition and clustering, partitioning and repartitioning college. These are some common questions which you are going to discuss. In fact, that is technical side. But in order to go to the technical part, first I have to get her understood like whether or first I have to understand her whether she's having a real experience in the project, whether she's really doing a couple of roles, right? And then I go to the interview. The interview side, I will go with the either a template question or based on what she answered, I will try to ask. Right? Okay, you are using a methodology of a checkpoint to collect the data with whatever you have left, right? So, do we have any other option like change data field option? Particular to data bricks, we have that. We are going to see that. In fact, in the upcoming weeks, you are going to see the data bricks with these features and all, which is there, only enabled not in the free edition. As we are talking about something like ephemeral cluster, I was telling something as a long running cluster. This at all, have you ever seen in the data bricks? No. Because that concept is not available in Databricks as such in the free edition. We were using what in Databricks? Serverless. Everything is being taken care. Today we have seen about something like networking, the computer. Like we did not go to the fully. Tomorrow we are going to continue. But the compute we have to know, and then we have to generate computers on the fly in the cloud environment on a need basis and get the Spark installed in the computers. That is what she's talking about. Ephemeral. She told like, hey, rather than using long-running cluster in a need basis, we use ephemeral cluster to save cost. Why? We will spin the cluster, get the job done, delete the cluster. That we are going to do it in something called some term we have in Databricks. What is it? Anybody of you aware of? Like in Databricks, we are going to have some short-running cluster. The cluster is going to run job cluster. The cluster is going to run only for the time whenever you want to run the job. I mean, both the jobs completed, the cluster itself will be deleted. The data will be always stored in ADFS or the data will be stored in Synapse or in some other storage way. We don't have to worry on the data. And we have even long running cluster in Databricks also. So, what she answered, you can relate that with Databricks and you can take it forward. With me? all the concepts, what she discussed in GCP, BigQuery, right, can be related with Databricks, and you guys are getting the deep Databricks, right? So we will see the transformation of it. You'll see the whatever the questions she discussed. More than that, we are going to discuss the Databricks interview-related questions from tomorrow onwards. Tomorrow evening onwards, and start the discussion, right? Okay. This is all about like the importance of going with the preparation about yourself. Okay. Now I'll come to the next part. Hope the online people also have like gone through this, right? Thanks for that, Vasu. Strategic preparation is very important. What Vasu is telling, right? One of our senior person, who is one of our early bird, right? He's telling the same, right? This is what I'm going to talk about, right? Strategy is very important. Like as you guys all remember the quote from Abraham Lincoln, as I always have it in my mind. Right? If you wanted to cut a tree, right, which takes almost 7 hours of time, means I spend 4 hours on seasoning the saw. I first season the saw, then only I'll cut the tree only for 3 hours. The seasoning of saw is very important. While we are spending time on cutting the tree, the hard effort so far we are putting for almost 6 months. That 6 months effort is going to be transformed into an outcome with some additional amount of effort that you are going to put in the Sunday evening. Okay, that is with respect to interview preparation and all this. Okay. So the Sunday evening interview session, how I have started created or I started entering into it based on the need from the people when we were in the COVID situation. From there, I'm doing the Sunday evening session for the interview preparation side. Okay. A lot of people were calling asking like, hey, I got some situation like where in the office I could not able to continue or whatever, right? So I want to immediately search for some new job. I'm hopeless like because of the COVID situation. Companies are not ready to offer or whatever, lot of things. Right? Now we have a kind of situation, right? The companies are looking for some people like who's having a good understanding and maybe like a technical capability, right? That's going to happen, more in a future days, right? We can't blame like saying, hey, I did not prepare well for that or whatever. I'm not telling about blaming ourselves. It's a way like how the market is transformed. So we should not blame anybody, the market or ourselves or the company or anybody, right? Whatever the things we are going so far, it's going well, right? But we have to get position ourselves to take an opportunity to create plans such. Always creating multiple plans, creating strategies, creating plans will always help us. Rather than leaving something that is in our hand and trying to catch something is flying, right, is not so easy, right? So we have to hold this rather than leaving it in the air and then we try to go and catch. It means so we are over here. I found like a lot of synergy between you guys. You guys were talking with each other when we started the session. Before we start the session, like a friends, like a close friends, you guys were connecting with each other. I was very happy to see that. Like maybe before you guys are being into this WE47, right? You were all very strangers to each other, right? But now I hope like you guys have a good community, good set of like-minded people, right? Seeing all your face similar, right? It's not I'm seeing different. So that much similar mindset all of us have, right? Why not we can take this as an opportunity to like move forward, take us to the elevate us to the next level, right? That in order to build this face value, even I'm just making this being over here, right? I know it's a very hard part to being over here, keeping taking care of a lot of family things and other things and all that. Despite we are being over here means for a good reason, okay? And you are going to definitely witness that, okay? Whoever could not able to be here, also like participating, attending the session, I really appreciate it. But you are also going to get a real transformation. But the live people who are seeing over here, some of in last batch, last meet when we were having, not everybody of you guys were available, right? I did not see you. You and all did not see the last session, right? The last meet what we had. But at least a couple of other people, I was at least getting an opportunity to meet and greet and earlier, right? This is something different. So earlier when we were meeting, we were in understanding of, hey, I just started my learning journey. How I'm going to progress? That question you guys have. Today you may have a different question. Almost I got something in my hand, but my hands having a lot of holes. Things are going down. How I can catch it? How I can hold it? How I can stick everything and hold it in my hand? That is the question what you have in your mind. Lot of things we learn how to orchestrate all of that. That's the example what JC was showing. Definitely that requires an effort, right? That requires some sort of time and effort that we have to put action. But it's not about like memorizing the things. It's not about if you ask any of us who is working in, for example, Sanjay is in the platform for a long time, right? Jay is there in the platform for a long time. Myself, or a couple of working members, Gopala is there in the platform for a long time. But if you guys all of a sudden ask some question, right? I'll just standing still. For example, if you ask Irfan, then tell me about yourself. I'm not well prepared on that. I may tell one way the answer this time. Next time, if you ask, I'll tell it in a different, right? But with what I have gathered, I could be able to answer in a well-defined fashion. But that may not be very much admirable. It may not be very much, what is it, turned into an output, like how Jayashree made. Jayashree made it very crystal clear, right? Step by step, she was explaining, right? So that is the preparation we have to do with the help of the tool. Okay. Let me again come back. I used to ask this to the people for the past more than a decade, more than 11, 12 years. I'm asking this to the people, saying like, hey guys, don't do anything else. Just prepare one document about it. Don't do anything else. Just prepare one document mentioning, tell me about yourself. What are the roles and responsibilities you play? What are the tech stack you work? What are the pipelines that you create? What are the architectures you work? Tell me about your project. Tell me about your short description of the project. Right? Tell me about some challenges you face. Tell me about some performance optimizations. These quick questions, I used to ask the people to create some document. But other than 2-3% of the people, nobody else have prepared. And that document is going to help you not only for now. If you follow the methodology, at least I follow the methodology from the year of 2004 onwards. And because I got that way of preparation made, and I was able to clear a lot of interviews, and I was able to progress much better in the career. Because of that, I wanted you guys also to make use of the same strategy, right? Whichever I know I can bring only that to you guys, right? You may have a better idea than that, but I'm trying to prove, like whatever I know, whatever I'm just trying to insist in you guys, you guys can start just on how with the help of the live whatever the the interview that we have had, the mock interview that we had lively. You guys now may be accepting that. Just if I create some document about myself and revisit the document before I go for an interview, I can able to express much better. So after I attend 1 or 2 interviews, I can get that recall automatically without in an unconscious. I'll be getting an unconscious competence. Without I consciously explain to the interviewer, automatically my brain will tell my mouth to spell all this. Again, that is what the track 1 I wanted you guys to look for. This is track 1 activity we are going to do. I wanted your support on joining hands to do this activity. Okay, and I will be asking you guys to attend such kind of whatever the mock interview are in the near future, explaining about the project or whatever. Who are interested? I'm going to roll out the form soon with you guys, and depends upon who are all going to who are with that. You guys are going to get the best out of it. Okay, who are all interested in getting something leverage in the market with respect to AI or with respect to data engineering or with respect to database, Azure, whatever, right? Okay, with that said, I'll take you guys to this tool. Okay, we'll enter into this tool. Dinesh. Yeah, okay, guys. So, okay, so this is the tool what I was spending a lot of time in developing. In fact, I was developing this tool as a 2 individual tools. Okay, now I fortunately able to get some thought process of combining them. I was able to fortunately combine them as an outcome of one tool as an input to another tool. Okay, Basically, this tool talks about two things. One is the track one, what I'm talking about in terms of answering a lot of questions related to you. And the second track, what it talks about is track two is what we are going to do from tomorrow is more technical side. Within this track one itself, we first need what? We need a resume to start exhibit ourselves in the interviews or anywhere else, right? So the resume building is going to happen in the second layer over here. Okay, these two are integrated components what I have created. Definitely, post I complete this execution, you guys are going to feel like you guys got very good product which you are going to use for your growth, not only now, throughout your career journey. And it is open only for our people, for our like instructors aspirants. Okay, fine. Okay, so lot of like look and feel improvement that we can do, but I'm going to start with the candidate profile information. This is going to be feed as an input to the. Nothing is going to be wasted. Don't feel like I'm going to type my name by like spending some time, right? Don't worry. Spend some time. You are going to get an outcome. Okay. So in that aspect, okay. Let me refresh this page and start from scratch.
Most of us don't fail because we lack skills. We fail because we lack the right strategy. Welcome to a powerful strategic platform designed to transform your background into real-world expertise and true job readiness. Here, you'll build hands-on projects, master in-demand technologies, and gain the confidence to crack technical and real-world interviews with ease. This is where your learning turns into opportunities and your potential transforms into a successful, thriving career.
You got this right. You're able to get this, no, fully, right? So all it talks about is what Vasu is mentioning, strategical efforts, right? And you should not only take the learning as a learning, you should convert that into an outcome, right? Outcome in the sense like not just getting an opportunity is an outcome. People always think like, hey, if I get an offer, then it is an outcome. It's not like that, right? At least by now, right? If I go and check with the people who are have been engaged in the sessions and all priorly, maybe 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, okay. Yesterday, Bahasit was telling something like, do you remember like two of the people used to come, their friends, they used to come to our center and all. Couple of years ago, the person who is coming and like doing some sort of like internship over here is his relation. Okay, the two persons they were well settled in a very good position in Canada now. Like this, he was telling. Like you remember long back, those people have learned. I mean, they did not come and tell like saying, "Hey, Irfan, I got transformed or I'm well settled." But when I go back and see the people, most of the people, right, if they have a very good attitude towards progression, right, they were able to get it. Most of the people, if I look back and see, I'm able to find they are well settled. They're making use of this learning. Okay, but how fast you are going to make use of this, right? Some people will say, "Irfan, I missed that time. This time I don't want to miss. I want to get it." And they got it. A lot of people are like that. Last batch in the sense, last week we had a connect with one of the person called Suresh. Right? Maybe if you guys have seen that video, you may be seeing what Suresh was telling. Have anybody seen that? Last week discussion was about broadcasters to our team, right? A lot of people have given their input of how they got transformed, right? Especially Suresh was the last batch, I mean the weekday batch member. We are telling a couple of years ago I attended, but I did not made it fully happen. I left that in between. Then like I realized the pressure of that by now when my experience was growing and all these things and all. I found like the people who attended along with me and all have grown like anything. I am the one who not in a good package and all. So I just wanted to get this time for sure. I made that happen, and he got in between itself the opportunities. He got multiple offers, and he entered into a company. And he came here for giving that input to the people. He's from the weekday batch actually. He's attending the weekday batch even currently. Like this, we can see a lot of people who will be giving their input about how they got transformed and all, only by putting some strategical effort. Okay, so somebody were telling, maybe I can hear from here also. Let me see, you guys are going to tell that or not. Wait for it, I don't want to expose that. Okay, any domain you guys are belonging to. If some domain is not present, right, you can go and add others. But I don't think like any domains are not present here, right? All domains are present. Agree? You guys can able to fit yourself within any of this domain. Anything is missing? Anybody of you belonging to a different domain which is not present here? Hopefully all are present, right? Okay, let's take some domain. Tell me what domain you want to take. Sorry, telecom. Okay, let me take telecom. I'm going to take the telecom domain. Starting from fresher till 25, I have put an experience level. Okay, maybe you can make it 30 also. Right? 25, if you survive and sustain and shine in IT means that's a big achievement. 25 years, right? Great thing actually. So let me put some experience, maybe 4 years. If I put 4 years, the relevant experience is going to come as 4 years. Okay. But if you are going to put some years of experience as 7 years, you'll be having 60% of the time. 7 years means 60% of 7. 8 years means 60% of 8. You can put a relevant experience of 60%, but it's not like 25 years if I put, it is going to give me 60%, that is 14 years like that. We are going to have some, like a fixed value defined here. So this is how I'm manipulating. Because somebody have a question of how much experience I can put. You don't have to ask me a question. Right? So, I sit and worked on this step by step to meet most of the questions whatever people have asked me in my so far experience of this career transformation. So if I put maybe like 10 years of experience, let's assume I'm going to have 60% of 10 years, 6 years. Okay. Less than 5 if I put, it is going to be equivalent. 4 means 4. And you can adjust this. I'm not telling you have to have this value. You want to put 4 years only. You don't want to have the mention of 6 years. If you don't want, mention 4 years. But I'm giving an optimal value. You can make it 5 years also. Well and good. The target platform, I'm currently making it only for our data engineering. I'm going to extend this tool for other platform which we are offering, right? Data science or AI. AI it is integrated here. Data engineering plus AI is integrated. But AI alone separately people are going on data science, DevOps, cloud engineering. People are going means I'm going to extend that. But for now, we'll go with Azure, right? Since we are considering Azure as a platform for our growth, let me put Azure. Or you can change any technology. Accordingly, lot of things will be changing. Okay, fine. So there are 4 levels we have. 4 levels we have. First 2 levels are all these levels are for building ourselves. Like you are going to build yourself technically, project wise, and then you are going to enter into the resume. These are all the activities you are going to do. So the first one is interview readiness foundation. So before you go and attend for the interview, first you have to get ready for answering yourself, right? That is the one. Tell me about yourself, experience and domain. We have, very importantly, this open references and technical materials or metrics are there, where it is going to get me all this information. Currently working 10 years of overall experience in data warehousing, database development. So this one you can modify. It's not about like, because I have to get to your current technology also otherwise to form this content. So I'm just making it as a standard template with with 4+ years of specialized relevant experience in full stack, multi-cloud, big data engineering, Azure, including solution design, development, and advanced analytics. Okay. Domain-wise, I gained an extensive exposure in the telecom domain, enabling me to design domain-driven, scalable, and business-aligned data solutions. I possess strong experience, hands-on experience, because people will make mistake. They don't mention strong experience. They'll say what? I have knowledge in this. The interviewer may feel not comfortable if you say like that. So that and all I have curated over here to say strong hands-on experience in handling diverse data paradigms such as batch in-memory, real-time streaming, high-speed data pipelining, right? Additionally, I have been actively involved in design, implementing data lakehouses or data lakes or lakehouse architectures, what she was explaining, along with large-scale initiatives like data migration, consolidation, modernization, what I was asking her. Right, lift and shift or modernization you did. You migrated from your on-prem to the cloud, or just you migrated, or you just did some modernization. You did some extension with what you are doing here. She told no, we were just doing lift and shift only, right? This terminology and all speaks a lot actually in both on-premise and cloud environment. You can insert it. When you insert that, it will come into this text box. You can go here and modify whatever you want. I want to say, hey, I'm not in a data warehouse development. I'm in a application development. You are going to mention it. Using C# or .NET or whatever. Comma data warehousing. I mean, you mention whatever you want here. It's up to you, right? Because you know best about you, right? I'm just giving you a placeholder here. You can go and make this mark task as complete. It is going to enter into our database. And this one you guys are going to only log in and do. With your user ID what we provide for our aspirants. How I shared you guys the user ID for logging to the Azure Cloud Platform. The same way, I'm going to give you guys the access for logging into this portal. Okay, and you guys are going to only have access for that. And when you save this today, and you had you had to leave for something, you can go and come back and log in again. You can start from value. Okay, that kind of features and all we are adding. And very interesting features are about to come. Wait for it, right? Tell me about yourself. We'll address this, right? You can use this as your documentation for answering the tell me about yourself. I'm going to ultimately give you as a document. You are going to download this as a beautiful document, take a printout, have it with you, right? When you are traveling for interview, 1 hour if you have a time, you go through that and go and answer. Let me write in the exam time and I will take the printout before the just we will go and learn something and go right in the bus and all. I still remember the college bus and I will sit and learn and go. Before entering in the classroom, exam room, we'll keep the paper, books and all, right? Sorry, what is it? We used to keep it inside also. Inside also. Yeah, that one also you can do nowadays. There are a lot of such opportunities are there. Really speaking, you can have that open and you can explain in the online interviews. But there are equivalently the online interview, like what to say, the identification also is happening. They're just trying to find the people who is moving their eyeballs here. Okay. Now, I mean, parallelly, both sides they are getting extended, right? That's a different story. Okay. Fine. So, data managements and architectures. Outline your data handling techniques, integration strategies, and architectural patterns. This is the second thing what you are going to explain on the slide. Rather, you talk about myself working in so and so years, these technologies. I worked in this kind of data management and all you say. You are going to add this like how Jayashree was adding. You remember she was automatically bringing this point next without even I asked her a question. That one I have kept over here. Data management techniques such as experienced in handling heterogeneous data, CSV fixed with JSON, XML, Avro, sequence file, packet, whatever the data. Whatever you are interested in. I'm not asking you to put everything. You can insert only whatever you are interested in into the text box and you can modify some of them which if you don't need. But don't put the exact terms because it is going to be reflected in your resume. Don't put exactly, right? You just make some modifications. Sit and do it for you. Whichever you feel convenient, you mention it. Don't mention everything, right? So you are not working in NoSQL. We did not learn NoSQL. We are not going to learn even NoSQL much of. Maybe today we'll see some NoSQL. But it's not about, we are going to spend too much of time in learning NoSQL. If you ask our old batch members and all, they'll say, how long we spent on NoSQL? I used to teach HBase, CAP theorem, lot of things, right? Even for our batch, did I take no, right? NoSQL I did not take much. But if you ask some older batches, right? They used to say like, yes, NoSQL you have covered a lot. Okay. So like this and all, you don't have to worry on the things whichever we did not discuss. You can remove it as and when it is applicable. You are going to say, I did not work in real-time streaming. You can mention I did not work in messaging system, but I worked in landing zones, file systems, cloud storage platform, socket-based ingestion or API-based ingestion. You are going to tell like what Jayashree was telling, right? I worked on API-based ingestion. Strong expertise in data ingestion, cleansing, transformation, validation, enrichment of complex data, distributed data systems, programming models. I worked, architectures. I worked, declarative programming, imperative programming. You remember these terms and that. Mention few of them. Like when you are going to explain about yourself, you try to answer 1 or 2 points about this, even very quickly, right? That is your curated content. See, I found people who will not put an effort of going and finding somewhere some information about this and preparing about themselves, they lack. But since I given you this, you should not lack of doing some editing of this and all as per the need, as per your background. That I can't do. That also I can do actually, but not to the complete extent. That I'm going to do soon, not myself. That is going, the AI is going to do. We're going to have some AI integration seen over. But wait for it. So, proven experience in handling master-slave architecture, peer-to-peer, spokes and hub model or lambda architecture, modern framework like data mesh, data fabric architecture, medallion architecture, data lake or lakehouse architecture. Anything which you want, you can mention. I don't want you to mention everything. Maybe proven experience in designing and implementing scalable architectures such as medallion, data lake, lakehouse. Don't mention these architectures and all. And modern frameworks like data mesh architecture, I want. You guys can mention this. You don't wanted to mention everything, just remove some of them. I worked on multiple programming paradigms included the function-based programming, scripting, imperative, declarative, and domain-specific, maybe DSL language. We are aware of all this, right? I don't have anything to remove out. We did cleansing, transformation, ingestion, validation, enrichment across complex and distributed data systems, right? Maybe this one you can remove, NoSQL database. Web services we worked. Data from web services. Maybe you don't want to mention message queue, streaming data and all. For now, we did not learn that yet. Means you can remove this. Feel free to remove. Socket-based ingestion and all, we did not learn. Remove this. Make it as a meaningful text. Right? And then data management techniques. Whatever you don't feel comfortable, remove. Fixed with data, we did not deal. Remove that. Remove this data. Rest of all you handle. Or if you are missing something like delta table, delta files, mention. Delta data, right? That is missing here, right? Mention it. Whichever you recall. Mark it as complete. So it will be loaded into the DB and the task one is completed. 4 tasks we have to achieve. This is all about yourself. If somebody asks about, explain about yourself, you can string this content to explain for about 1 minute or 2 minutes, up to how much you can explain. Agree? Team, can you try this? Right? Okay. Second part is profile and skill mapping. What is my profile and what are the skills that I have? Technological skills. So for initial itself, you should not talk about technology. You should talk about the strategy. Because technology, everybody can say, I'm working in Cloud SQL, I'm working in Databricks, Data Factory, BigQuery. Fine, you can explain, but in the initial stage, you should not explain that. In the very initial stage, you can say, I'm into the big data platform, I'm working in so and so tech stacks. But that tech stacks you should not bring again. You should bring the other strategies. I worked in this kind of solution. So this is the one we are going to talk about. What are the big data and AI ecosystems we work? So here I made it more simple for you to capture, not always as a descriptive content, to give you a different flavor. So we are going to enter into Azure, right? So I worked in ADLS, I worked in Databricks, I worked in SQL data values, I worked in SQL data values. Yeah. Database, serverless warehouse you work, right? That's all, right? And then Databricks itself, particularly, not only with Azure, Databricks itself, Delta Lake, Unity Catalog, Photon Engine, workflows, and then very much specific. Some of the prerequisite component. I worked in Python, I worked in SQL, I worked in Linux. Linux we are yet to go through a bit, right? I worked in CI/CD, Git integration we were always doing, but we are still yet to see something like Git actions. That time I to cover with you guys. You remember? Data persistence and storage. At least in relational database, I worked in Postgres or MySQL, something like that. Data lakes. I worked in ADLS data lake. Already we have captured. You can ignore this even. Data integration tools, Airflow or DBT or Data Factory. Data Factory we are still yet to go through, right? Some common tools I have kept over here. Lakehouse, Delta Lake, right? And then the AI systems, because AI we basically don't bring until and otherwise if you are interested. So we're going to bring some AI-based systems like I worked in Llama. Can you say like that? Right? LangChain, we have used some library, but we did not use it fully, right? We used some LangChain library. but we are still yet to go through that in our Azure platform. Right? Azure OpenAI platform, we are still yet to go through. See, this OpenAI GPT also we are going to use, in fact, soon. In the Azure platform, we are going to use. But in the free edition of Databricks, whatever you can use, we were using it, right? Then you can go with the RAG and vector DB. Did we used by any chance the RAG? Right? So that is a built-in Chroma DB that we used. We did not explicitly created the RAG environment, right? That we can mention. So like this and all, you can able to mention the agentic workflows or whatever that we used. We did not use the agentic workflow specific to the outside environment. But let me mention some of the tools which we are going to use. Auto GPT or Crew AI and all we are going to use soon. Okay, fine. And then the data serving. Data serving, at least I am going to use Power BI. We are going to use Looker Studio or at least Power BI. We are going to use, right? And then subsequently the data governance and security. Unity Catalog did we used. Purview we are going to see. Microsoft Purview we are going to see. So these tech stack you can add. And this is not for you to explain in the interview alone. I worked in all these and all you can't explain. We are going to mainly say what? I worked in ADLS, Databricks, Data Factory, SQL Serverless Warehouse, or I worked in Unity Catalog, Delta Lake Architecture, Python SQL, Linux and all I know, Git integration I know. These are all you are going to mention, right? Some of the, like AI techniques I used, Lemma models I used, or I use some GPT models, or I use some agentic workflows. In particularly, this is the workflow I created. You are going to just say. It depends. Whoever wanted to say, you guys can say. It's not mandatory. So these are all the tech stack what I captured, whichever I am going to mention. If you ask, Jay, he will say like I'm going to put PySpark and BigQuery, right? If you ask Sanjay, he will say different, right? They will say like I'm going more towards the Google flavors. We are also going to say Google flavor, but not now. After some time, post we complete Azure, right? You guys are going to put both, or maybe you are interested in going towards Google or Azure. That's up to you, right? You guys can mention. And then the daily roles and challenges and performance optimization that you faced. Right? This one is the next part what she was explaining, right? So what are the roles and responsibilities? You get ready to answer with these questions, right? So I have given lot of things over here with respect to the solution architect or Databricks data engineer or cloud data engineer, AI data engineer or data engineer. All the streams I have given an examples, right? Ingested multi-formatted into our unified data lakes, orchestrated robust ETL, batch and streaming pipelines, right? Validated raw and mitigated corrupted incoming feeds, managed CI/CD pipeline integration with Git, right? These are all the roles and responsibilities I used to do. As a solution architect, I designed scalable Lakehouse architecture. I mentored engineering parts too on distributed best practices. I worked on role-based access control management, the data governance activities and all. I did. Like this, as an architect, you can explain. As a higher experienced person, you can explain. So some of these, roles and all, if you want to define, you define. I worked on vector databases. I worked on RAG search architectures. I know how the RAG search works. Can we say like that? You guys can say. Do you confidently say how the RAG search works? How? Using what it works behind the scene. Using the vectors and embeddings. How the similarity scoring works. You are aware of? Do you know what is grounding? Do you know what is anti-hallucination? Do you know, like how the NLP works? How the, what to say, the part of speech works? You know how the word tagging works? Agree? That's the one. Deployed highly scalable search architectures. I deployed with the profound knowledge. Challenges faced. Hallucination elimination with strict guardrails in the AI side. Resolve high, real-time high inference latencies. How I am reducing the latencies? Like lot of tokens are passed. We are going to understand that and also the tokenization concept and all we are going to understand. And you can find as a solution architect what and all the challenges we faced. Right? Legacy system integration gaps I found. Reconciled and enforced the complaints and all. PAA or PHI, this kind of complaints and all. Tomorrow we'll see the complaints related things in the Databricks when we go. HIPAA complaints or whatever, some complaints related things we will go and see tomorrow. So some of the challenges faced, memory overhead issues, skewed issue, what she was talking about, right? Or mitigated slow disk IO operations and all in the columnar data. She was telling, right? I was just only accessing the data whatever is needed by parsing the complex JSON. I don't unnecessarily unnest everything. You remember? And I pick only whatever the columns are needed, rows are needed. I was asking, do you apply push-down optimization? Yes. That is the one. The challenge is what I faced is my team have brought all the data. I want to limit and bring only the data what is needed, right? And then data drifting or evolution, data evolution and all, I was mitigating, right? Performance optimization, dynamic allocation, what she was talking, salting and bucketing, small broadcast joints, Z ordering or compaction, right? All this you guys can mention. It's not like about everything you have to mention. Just I'm giving you an idea. One small correction I have to make here is what? All this I have categorized into performance optimization, challenges faced and daily roles, right? When I choose, it is coming commonly. I have to fix this problem and I realized that in the tool, I'll fix this and give you guys, okay? So this is with respect to, so you can do some coloring or whatever you want. You want to do some colorings or whatever, you can feel free to do. Like some highlighting, right? Like in our, we use highlighters to do some highlighting, right? You guys can do that. You guys can do that. It will be reflected in the final document what you are going to generate. Wait for it. Okay. So mark task as complete. Mark task as complete. Then the project flow or the end-to-end pipeline flow. He was telling me, I asked a question related to this. Can you tell me about some of the systems, the pipelines that you have worked on? What is the flow of the pipeline that you have worked? She was telling like I worked in different systems we used to get the data from. System of 150 pipelines she told, but what is the overall architecture that pipeline uses? And what are the systems the data comes from into the pipeline? The system of engagement where the activity happens, the .NET applications or front-end or mobile applications or point of sale applications everywhere, the activity happens. That is system of engagement. SOE. SOR means what? Any idea? SOR. System of records. Where the data is stored in the database systems. That is system of records. System of engagement. Sorry, system of insights. Where the visualization, dashboarding and all will be. The machine learning model or AI models are even reportings, everything is generated. That is system of insight. So if you talk in these special terms and all, interviewer will feel more comfortable, more like you have more trust on. So that is the one what you are going to have here. Right? I'm going to have an entire pipeline mentioned here for one for batch, one for real time. So since we mentioned what? The telecom domain, since we mentioned the Azure, you can find the equivalent components here. The system of records from OSS systems, call data records, call detail records, CDR data. From the CDR, from the like our system of records, we are going to get network telemetry logs. We are going to get from system of insight. Azure Data Factory we are going to use to collect the data, put it into the ADLS Gen 2 version storage. Then we are going to use, that is the bronze layer. Then we are going to use Databricks Delta Lake to propagate the data to silver and gold. Then we are going to generate the like the reporting and all through Synapse Analytics or Delta tables, Delta Lake, you can mention. And how the data is moved from bronze, the Databricks and all this will be used to perform the alignment as a data engineer. I worked in medallion architecture, processed heterogeneous data that is coming from the different sources. I do historical trend analysis also by implementing this architecture. You are going to tell this. If you are interested to talk about the real-time streaming, you can mention, but post we complete in real-time streaming, but not mandatory. If you say I did not work in real-time streaming, it's okay. They are accepting. Okay. But this one will do further. Okay. Let's not worry about it. So you are going to mention only the batch pipeline I work with. Done. So here is the interesting part. Very, very big question what everybody has. What is the project name I can mention? Tell me what project name you can put for this. This is what type of project we made? Telecom project, right? Tell me some name for this project. Very hard. Agree? But try next time.
Logistics.
No, telecom. Telecom. No, that's a company. That's a company.
Customer
Customer data analytics, but that is common, right? Not only for specific for telecom, right? Yeah, that is correct. Actually, there are projects in that name, but maybe something specific to the domain, right? It's bit hard to identify the project name. Yeah,
Network monitoring.
but if I say like that, network monitoring as a project, that's correct actually. But there will be one justification question they ask. What is that question? For just doing some network data monitoring, why you need a big data project? Definitely, this question is a very dangerous question. Like I heard from people when they go and attend interview, the interviewer will ask, "Hey, for this one, why you need big data? You can do it in a normal traditional database itself, right?" I have the things addressed here. Wait for it.
Service now to data warehouse and reporting.
Please. See, this is a kind of a flow, but not a project name. So project name plays a very important role. Bringing a project name is not so easy, right? So that is where I have this touch over here. Okay, you can refer this open reference for the project names with whatever the like our option that we chosen in the top. Network fault and churn prediction telemetry data engine. We have something like data. We have something like engine. Telecom intelligent data platform. We have platform, the term. These are all are the real project names people use. Next gen telemetry data engine with agentic AI. That makes the people understand, oh, you are applying some AI solution. Your project is already an AI based project. Unified telecom data lakehouse. Right? So some couple of our people have given some project name in the online.
Innovative operation procedure.
Sorry?
Innovative operation procedure.
Innovative?
Operation procedure.
We can say.
Currently identified.
Oh, yeah. We can say innovative operational procedure, right? IOPS. Yeah. That we can say. Okay. I suggested some project name long back in my organization. That is ideas. Okay. The name itself is ideas. Integrated. It's for data warehouse. Okay. Integrated data warehouse for enterprise analytics and strategy. Ideas. Okay. All of a sudden that idea came in my mind. I mean, my company, my management team wanted to get some good project name, which we were working as something else called NAM or whatever. So that project they liked a lot actually, the name. Okay. In my company, we give good name for projects. Like there is a comedy there, right? பேர் வச்ச but சோறு வைக்க மறந்துட்டேன். Right? That thing we do very well actually. Okay. So the name is very important, right? You can choose any of this name. You are not fulfilled with any of this. I'm not interested in these names at all, whatever you have given it for. That is where the AI touch I'm bringing here. You have only two chances. Okay. Because I don't want to use lot of tokens and all, right? To hit the AI and lot of people may try even. I don't want to get charged too much on giving unlimited AI solution, right? Where I'm setting some sort of like guardrailing. Here I have some guardrailing set. See, either you can go and have the project name generated, right? Directly from here, it will suggest a couple of projects name for you. So the AI model is currently experiencing some high demand. Again, you go and run it. Sometime it may have some high demand. The next iteration they will prioritize you, right? Because within a given time, like there will be some number of AI, what to say, the tokens only can be reached. With respect to the model what you are using, they have some restriction. It's a bit low paid model. Like we are not spending too much of money, but we are spending money for this, but not too much of amount. So you got These kind of project names created. Global telemetry ingestion and predictive infrastructure maintenance. Integrated enterprise data governance and multi-domain lakehouse initiative. Next generation network reliability and performance intelligence suite. You choose any of this project name. It's okay. It's okay. This is your project. If you are interested in taking some other project, take it from there. You can able to store it in your database. Clear? So based on the project what you have chosen, the project description is generated. Project description is generated, but you are not fulfilled with this generated project description. You can go and take the AI support again, right? Wait for it. So architected an enterprise grade Azure data lakehouse using medallion architecture to unify fragmented data across telecom value chain, engineered high performance ETL, ELT pipelines, processing heterogeneous data from relational database, APIs, server logs, integrated retrieval augmented generation and agentic AI workflows to automate data anomaly detection and generate natural language insights, significantly reducing latency between raw ingestion and enterprise-wide actionable insight or intelligence. I'm not interested in this project description. What I can do? I can go and take the support from AI. I need an input from you guys now. When I take the support from AI, the text whatever I typed is coming over here. We call this as what? Prompt is right answer, but exactly what type of prompting we are using here? Great. User prompt we are using here, right? And already I have a system prompt. What is the system prompt? Right? Create some description of the project if somebody is not giving any input here. It itself will generate the description. But if I have some description passed as an input, it will maybe like make some sort of molding on this description and give a better description. It will put some sort of like coverage on top of this and give me a better description. Agree? So we are doing that kind of activity over here. If you want to give some other input also, you can give to the AI. This is going to give me some beautified description of the project, better description. Okay. So this is the description. Okay, telecom, Azure, modernization, lakehouse, project description, spreaded the architectural design and development of enterprise, whatever, medallion architecture, engineered complex pipelines. It gave a detailed description of the above project. You can retain a short version and the long version of the project if you want for your explanation purpose. So you can go and make this more better later. Yes, Sanjay.
The project name and description taking based on the whatever you are given start or speaking only from based on what is it?
See, based on like the domain Azure I chosen, the domain of the telecom I chosen. Based on the project name,
Based on the context is generated.
Actually, it is not. It is rule based. Whatever I have the project name originally. The AI generated project name is based on the context what they have. Exactly. That is how it is getting generated. Okay. So that's how we are making this happen. Internally, it is going to supply some more additional prompts actually. Okay. That is a system prompt. It is going to act as a system prompt. Okay. Data curation and optimization techniques that you adapted in your project. Like this is a question I asked related to what? Data curation techniques that you used in your project. What is the question is all about? Tell me some of the data transformation techniques that you used in your project. We have to explain one thing. Bread and butter number 2. BV2. It all about BV2. Right? So I'm going to say data munging, deduplication of data from the SOR, null handling, standardization, data wrangling, customization, optimization. If you are not fulfilled with this, go and ask the passing all this as an input. Whichever you chosen, it is going to extend and mold and give you a better output. Only 2 times you can generate. One time if you are not liking, you can generate for the second time. We are restricting, right? So you can find this is giving us a better way of understanding the things, right? Like maybe data merging, deduplication. It's shrinking and giving a better understanding of what we are doing. You can see here. Idempotent and deduplication, null handling, photon accelerated log merging, schema standardization and normalization, high velocity enrichment of lookup and lookup, right? The delta like storage optimization, Z ordering or whatever, the optimization technique, it is adding more feature to it. Data anomaly validation, unified, like governance and lineage management. Like this, I can get the things added here. Project challenges and resolution that you faced. One of the questions, right? Tell me some challenges that you faced. So you can directly go to the AI and get that generated, or you can pass some input and generate. You have almost this kind of challenges available already. Challenge on managing fragmented access controls and inconsistent schema evolution across diverse financial settlement and media transaction data set in our medallion environment. So how I resolved that by using Unity catalog for a centralized governance platform where I'm maintaining all the data in a unified fashion. Leverage Databricks Photon Engine for high performance vectorized execution. Optimize Databricks workflows. This is one of the challenge that I faced, the severe performance bottlenecks I faced. For that, I provided a solution of using the Databricks Photon Engine. Challenge and resolution. Like this, you can take 2 or 3 challenges and resolution from here either, or you can get them generated. You can get them generated. Depends. So orchestration complexity or excessive latency in the RAG-based anomaly detection. In the AI side, I got some performance issue. I resolved them. Challenge 1, 2, 3, 4, you can mention. Or you want to create it as an AI generated outcome. Pass this as an input and get this enriched. Always the AI integration, further you guys can do. Lot of AI integration. Wherever it is applicable, I have enabled. And you guys can use this and let me know if you have some improvements required or not. We'll go and fine tune this. Right? If you find some challenges anywhere, you're still not able to understand something or maybe how we can incorporate this, you guys can feel free to. I'm going to create one feedback form also here. Okay, you guys can go and enter that and send it. It will be, I'll be receiving it. Okay. So these are all the challenges. Whatever the 4 challenges that I brought, it is having a more detailed view of the challenge. You can bring that also there. Massive volume data, resolution. Right? The same thing in a bit different fashion. Right? It's up to us to use or not use. That is fine. Let me not crowd it. Okay, let it be. AI integration. If you want, you can use or leave the AI integration. That's fine. Packaging and deployment stuff very important. How you take the code into production. Very important question, right? This one you can go and refer certain things. I just developed some sort of like Databricks notebooks. I have some yarn commands to see what are the long running commands. What is yarn? We'll see tomorrow onwards. Okay. And then something like the resource manager URL, I'll go and check what all the jobs are running. I'll kill some of them and all. This is more related to the Hadoop example I've given. But if you want to go in a AI, I mean, in a modern data, like Azure oriented components. So you can ignore all this. You can just bring Azure platform where it is being mentioned, right? Or you can remove this input. You can directly generate the Azure, the project related deployment activities. Automatically it will bring the Git, like the actions, DAR, database asset bundle. Those things that it will bring automatically. So the deployment related things, not all of this you have to consider. Right? You can consider few of them. Implementing Git centric workflow using Azure repository, right? Or you can mention like packaging of the applications using Databricks asset bundle. We know about this, right? But we may forget to mention, right? Our centralized configuration of the Azure Key Vault, which you are going to see it. Azure Key Vault configuration we are going to see. Or maybe like this is more related to Azure DevOps, right? Or we can go and talk about the Unity Catalog governance management, right? Or Azure monitoring, we are going to enable to monitor the logs and all. Like this, you can take some of these points and mention as a deployment related activities are the tools what you used other than the regular technology. Okay. Justify the big data use case, a very important question I asked. One of the projects somebody told me, what is the project called? Network monitoring. If you're going to ask, hey, I am going to have a project called network monitoring. If I ask this question, hey, you are telling network monitoring is a project. Why we need big data for that? If I ask them, right? You have to justify a lot. You have to put a lot of effort on justifying that. So I'm going to say now, no, I want to justify my project, which is network monitoring for telecom. This is the input I'm going to give to ask. Justify this project. Why I need this as a big data project? Why I need Azure platform? Why I need data factory, Databricks, ADLS? Can't I do this with databases? Can't I do this with some local servers, Python? Why I need PySpark or all this? Right? This is a pretty interesting story with respect to what we learned long back in terms of what? We learned something long term in terms of volume variety velocity. Right? In terms of volume, telecom operates generally billions of call detail records and petabytes of network telemetry that exceeds the storage and processing limits of the traditional databases. So I can't live with the database or managing the network telemetry data. Which are all the fleet that occurred? Where are all people have traveled? Which are all the towers they connected from? Right? Which are all the polygons they have logged in? Lot of things are there in the network. Yes. The OSS, BSS and NMS also. Yes, correct. Velocity. To enable agentic AI for real-time anomaly detection. Network flaw is going to happen somewhere. Some dip is going to happen. I'm going to have some agentic AI defined to switch the network switches and all based on the need. Like they are giving some suggestion. Distributed engine capability to process high frequency streaming data with sub-second latency. I want to handle some real-time data that is supposed to be fed to my agentic AI to act on it immediately. Variety. The project unified the fragmented ecosystems like semi-structured data, billing data, server logs, unstructured API payloads into a single unified data environment, analytical environment. Then complexity. There are a lot of complex transformations we are supposed to do. We are applying medallion architectures, asset transactions, schema evolution, fine-grained governance using catalog, which is achievable only by using the Lakos provided by Databricks. I can't use without the Databricks here. So I'm justifying. So if you have such questions to justify, this is the place. This is one of the very important factors to consider. Then I asked one more question to JC. What is that? What is your data volume? What is your cluster size? So the like a distribution, what I'm using is Azure HD Insight, Synapse, or I'm using Databricks because we are using Azure, right? And then the nodes, 80 to 200 nodes of cluster of E series machine. Tomorrow we are going to see what is E series, F series, and in the compute when we are going to learn. E series machines are on 30 nodes for lower tiers for development cluster. She was telling, right, long running cluster, ephemeral cluster, that and all we are going to see. Right, capacity. The ADLS petabyte scale, because it's not on-prem. So ADLS is going to extend petabyte exabyte size. Right? Memory and CPU, 12 terabytes of aggregated workspace memory. 12 terabytes RAM we are using. And we are using the Spark Summit and all by using Synapse notebooks or Databricks notebooks you can mention. Databricks notebooks, because we are familiar in Databricks. Daily volume of data is in terabytes. She told in gigabytes, 300, 400 gigabytes. That's okay. In the startup companies, gigabytes. In big companies, terabytes, petabytes, right? So terabytes data I'm going to get through ADF, Azure Data Factory. 1,200 plus Spark jobs are running in our project overall, or in my cluster. She told 120 plus jobs. Fine, acceptable. You should not say 5 jobs, 10 jobs. What she told is she developed 120 plus. She worked on 120 plus jobs. So how you have to calculate this? 120 means for 3 years, 36 weeks, so 36 months. 36 months, she worked in 1 month almost how many jobs? 30 jobs. That is even more number. So you can say in terms of 40, 50 jobs. Not even 120. 120 is too much number. So how many years of experience you are going to put? Accordingly, you have to mention the jobs, how much you handle. That's a too much number. You have to calculate it this way. You understood the way how I'm calculating the number of jobs, right? So per month, I'm going to develop maybe 2 jobs. You can say like 24 jobs per year, 60 jobs per 3 years. After I say 3 years, I'm working. And you are not going to develop 2 jobs per month. You are going to work in 2, 3 jobs. Something development, something as a fresh, something as a support, or something as a failure management, anything it can. Okay. So these are all the things you are going to mention. Then you can refer here also. I kept it beautifully here. The GCP or Azure or anything you go, you can go and see what are the number of nodes, including on-premise. I'm using Cloudera. I'm using 80 to 200 nodes production cluster. Master is 3 to 5 nodes. Worker is 70 nodes. Ingestion node is something like 1 or 2. Gateway node. And then the node configuration is 24 to a 48 cores processor, RAM of 120 to 512 GB, disks of 40 terabytes. You can use some of these components and all. Enterprise scale, a 40 to 80 nodes cluster I'm using. In our on-prem, we were using this one. So it's bringing on-prem related architecture here, totally. So I don't want to mention this on-prem. I want to go with again Azure. It brought Azure. So we are done. Done this. This is what I wanted you to get prepared on. Explaining about yourself in not all this aspect. Definitely. Right? So you can just get this document downloaded. Mohammed Irfan interview playbook. 10 years telecom domain Azure platform. Okay. This is the handy document. I asked people for decades, they are not preparing, so I ultimately ended up in creating this. Okay, fine. But I wanted from you guys now, not creating. What I wanted from you? Using it. Okay. Using it in the sense create and use. Create and use for yourself, right? So tell me about yourself. You don't have to give all this. So you can say, I'm so and so person working almost for so and so years. Domain wise, these are all the domains. I possess strong hands-on in all these streams. Then you are going to tell about the data management technique. I handle this type of data. I proficient in working all these data sources, right? Strong experience in data ingestion, cleansing, transformation. The BB2 program. Programming architectures I worked in so and so. I have proven experience in all these architectures. Depends. I don't want you to explain everything. Depends. You go and shrink this further. And then about the project. Next generation network reliability and performance is the project name, right? I'm going to have these tech stacks and all used. Mark some of the tech stack which you are interested in, not all the tech stack. Then Telecom Azure modernization Lakos, I architected. This is the detailed project description, right? Spreaded with all this analytical high performance medallion architecture based project. Engineer complex low latency ETL ELT solutions. I'll fix this issue. Something is breaking, right? Architecture further enhanced integrating with the intelligent data layer, right? Agentic AI workflows, RAG workflows and all I created. Multidimensional data anomaly detection I have made, converted complex data into NL, natural language insights, using what we can achieve. Complex data using natural language insights. What's the tool I can use? complex data I have. I want to ask some question. It has to give me some insight out of it. That is called natural language insight. I'm asking some question naturally in a natural language. It is going to give me the response rate, but you should not say genie here directly. That's the need of the market, right? People wanted some different name, right? Data curation and optimization techniques, data munging, null handling. What you are going to create there, that is going to be reflected here. You want to regenerate, regenerate it. Go and fix that and re-download it. Like you find this document seems to be more comprehensive. Take a note of highlighter and mark some of the things, whichever you are interested in. You capture only whichever you wanted and download the document. As a senior big data architect, why the senior big data architect is coming here? Because I chosen 10, 11 plus years of experience. If you mention 4 years fresher, it will say fresher. Right? All these are, see, this one I was fixing, but still it is having some, I know like it has to be bolded actually. It is coming as double star. It's bolded. It's supposed to be bolded, but it's not coming like that. Let it be. What are the challenges that I faced? Right? Technical challenges and resolution. You remember we were seeing this, right? And then performance optimization, what I did. Cluster related components. Good with this document is good with this. So you can download this and make it. Done. You can download this and make use of, right? Online people, you are good with this, right? You are all able to listen and writing. Maybe in a week of time, Sarangabani, by next post next week, I'll be giving you this. Okay. So please make use of this case. Okay. Fine.
Deployments also. Deployments.
Yes, yes. That's what I captured, but in this document somewhere, the Git and other things and all I have captured. I just brought the deployment here somewhere. Okay, that is not captured here, but in our this thing it is there. Yeah. In the tool it is there, but somewhere in this document it is not captured. I'll check that. So that fine tuning I'm just doing this still some fine tuning. Okay. Then you can see now the main part. The stretching part is what? How I can go and transform this effort, whatever we put so far, into what? You're going to get something free. Supposed to do this. What is it? Your resume. Your resume. So go to the resuming environment, right? Where you can go and do a smart syncing either, or you can go and take your existing resume and put it over here. Or you can create a blank resume from scratch. Right? So let's go and do a smart syncing. Whatever we put the effort in the left side, you bring it to the right side. I got it smart synced. You want to change this layout? Change the layout. Change the layout accordingly, right? Some of the layouts are given. Maybe other layouts also I'll give you guys. Okay. The modern ATS optimized layout, which is well and good what I found. But you guys create more layouts. I'm going to offer you guys more layouts. Colors and all you want to make it more appealing, make it. This seems more appealing color, right? You can make it. So most of the things I brought here. Professional summary. Dynamic result driven principle, Azure data engineer with 10 years of overall experience, including 4 years of all this. Professional experience. Principle, Azure data engineer. You want to modify this, go and modify. I don't want to mention as a principal Azure data engineer. I want to mention it as a solution architect. I'm not telling you have to use it as it is. Solution architect, right? What is the company? Want to modify the project? Modify it. Right? Responsibilities in this project. One project I mentioned, outcomes and metrics. The problem and outcome we mentioned, right? I'm taking only the outcomes. Like what's the problem statement? I have mentioned some problem and then the solution I provided, resolution, right? I'm taking only resolution here. You want to shrink this even further? Shrink it. Okay. Core competencies. What are the tech stack I worked? You are not interested in keeping the education in the last. You can move it to the core competency, the education. You can move it here, right? All this kind of the cosmetic things and all I kept over here. Depends. Okay. You guys can bring it wherever you want. Go and download this resume. Maybe while downloading, I have some formatting issue which I will fix and give you guys. But however, I think it's almost good. But some resumes it is having some formatted issues and all. You got your resume ready, right? So you get ready in what aspect you are going to explain in resume. With me. So one more module we have pending. Put the JD. In addition, you will get the resume also prepared based on the JD.
So, we have 10 years of experience, right? This is the one project that we are mentioning. So,
First, the recent project you can mention. Yeah, because nowadays it's becoming like a one-pager resume. Agree? Nowadays, it's the people are preferring more of one pager or two pages at least. That this is a two-pager resume. What you can do in addition, as you mentioned, right? In fact, you can go and add here. If you are interested in filling this page, right? Like maybe we have few more content available, right? To fulfill. What you can do? Go and add in the experience, in fact, a line item. You can go here and add your experience line item over here. Not responsibilities, sorry. I added responsibilities wrongly. Let me remove this responsibility. I'm going to add experience. Oh, this is not coming for some reason. I'll give you this button to add, okay? So you can add one more experience over here to add more projects. In fact, the experience is not coming for some reason. Solution architect, Inceptus technologies, right? Okay, I'll have one more separate field for adding more experiences and all, and even the project also. You can just create a ditto and you can add. Yes, that you can do. But you know, like nowadays, one pager, first recent project itself is enough, or at least keep two projects, not more than two. That is a big mistake if you make like more than 3-4 projects. If you mention, that's a big mistake.
projects which are mentioning, like existing projects that we are making as big.
That is what I would suggest actually. You use a prompt to go and give your existing project you, or the domain you give. Both ways you can achieve, right? So what is the plan I have in fact is you can either use this template itself to do that, or I'm going to give you an option to create a project from a template, or you can go and upload your existing you know, like the resume. For example, you are in a different domain, okay, already. I'm back to the template. I'm going to do an AICV parser. So here I'm going to search for a resume. Some resume I'm going to search for. So some logistics resume I'm going to upload. Let me upload a resume, right? Sometimes the API problem we have. So we are doing some API rotations and all behind the scenes. If one API is not producing you the answer, we are having more API keys kept in the background to rotate. That is one of the module we added at the beginning. Okay. In our API layer, we added and all. So the resume whatever I used is somebody resume, right? It is going to give you a kind of a your old resume converted into this format. Then you can go and modify them and get that created. See, this resume building is having only a limited feature, whatever is associated to it. This is a sample resume which I got from the other place. Okay, you can see entirely. This is the entire thing what has been brought. It's a support related resume, it seems. DBA and all this kind of tech stack, right? Tech stack, right? So you can go and modify this over here. What I'm going to add here is one more thing. I'm going to add some AI integration here. In fact, I have that available already. So here you can find, I have some AI integration made. So you paste your current story. This is your previous project, okay? You are going to mention this project as an input here. This is another version of the same resume building that we are building parallel. The other one is for getting the replication created. With whatever you mentioned, right? You can go and mention that here and add something. But this one is going to give you the big data equivalent resume. Big data equivalent conversion of your current project. So that is a separate one we are developing. Okay. By the way, you can get it with me, right? Yeah, great. So fine thing. I hope like you guys have got one tool for getting your resume built, and very importantly, you are having now the answer like what Jayashree was answered, right? It's all about your preparation. Agree? Now you guys have to spend some time on how you are going to articulate yourself, right? This is the one, right? I put a project related to something else, but it is giving us more related to the LLM or data engineering based project, engineered scalable distributed data architecture using Spark and other things. You can go and modify this. This is the one we are still under progress of building, but this contains a lot of other interesting, like components, right? Very interesting components that we have. You can go and type and get the, respective descriptions are created accordingly. Okay, this kind of integration we are making. Okay, so now let me come back, right? It's all about your effort further to work along with me to make use of this one track. So there are two tracks I told, right? Track one is doing some strategical preparation. Track two is what preparation is? Technical preparation. Technical preparation. We put a lot of time and effort in terms of getting ready technically, in terms of learning a lot of tools and technologies and components, right? So I am in progress of building some tools for you guys to exhibit from tomorrow, right? This is the one. So one interview question is asked. What do you think is that question is related? Tell me about what happens when you submit a Spark job in the cluster. Do you agree? Right? Right? So then this way, definitely you can't able to get an understanding much better. So you can see a layman example of this. Okay, you are a client giving an order to the head chef driver. He's the driver, right? You can understand this layman perspective of understanding to see the, like you are going to put a request to the resource manager. What is resource manager? We still have to learn. The architecture of Spark we did not learn. I did not cover that yet with you guys. So you are going to get the recipe that is going to be delivered. The plan you are going to get created. You remember when I write a SQL query, it will be converted to RDD plans, right? Cost-based optimization, rule-based optimization. That plan is going to be given to the master. Master is going to get the, DAG scheduler and task scheduler created. Then you are going to get the tasks assigned to the respective executors, where the respective node managers, where the tasks are going to run in the form of executors. Once the work is completed, you are going to get the food delivered back to the head chef. This layman example I have given as an example. In addition to that, we are going to talk in terms of what happens when I submit a job. This I explained to the team who attended earlier and all by spending how long time? The yarn architecture, Spark job submission architecture. How long? One day at least. One whole session I'll spend time. So you can able to understand this very quickly. Because this is needed, but not needed as like how we earlier learned. Things are changing, right? So, but we need this. We should not say I don't know this. We should say I know this. But we should not go very much deeper or very much time spending things and all. We don't have. These kind of tools and all I'm creating for you guys to make your life simple. The DAG creation. What is DAG scheduler, task scheduler, right? And what is the resource allocation that is going to happen on the worker nodes with the executors? You are seeing this as an image, right? You are going to see this lively. Okay, that is the next activity you are going to do, right? So these kind of tools and all I have created for you to make use from tomorrow. That is the strategical tools, right? You can see like this. I'm going to give you guys some sort of like interview related questions also. This is the first question. Simple answer is like this. Detailed answer is like that. Project Tungsten means what? Catalyst Optimizer means what? What is the role it plays? Spark DSLS SQL. Okay, these are all we are going to maybe like what I'm going to ask you guys is I'm planning like this, but I'm not sure whether that will be good or bad. You guys tell me. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to go through all this question and come back for the next week Sunday session. I'll ask randomly anyone any question. You guys have to answer. Will it look?
Yeah, sure.
It's good, right?
Sure.
You should not tell me like Irfan, you're behaving like a teacher. No. Okay. So I wanted you guys to actually participate in that way and all. I'm just thinking, keep thinking about all the way. Ultimately, I wanted you guys to see a progress. It's not about learning, right? It's not only about learning. That audio says, right? Enough of putting hard effort, right? We'll put some smart effort. Now itself we are in a ready state. I would say if you give me 2-3 weeks, I can get you guys up to speed to attend interviews and get the clearance and that. But let's do that thoroughly, but not in a delayed fashion. Okay, let's plan in that way, guys. Only the intention, only the will you have to create. That's it. Okay. Okay, guys. So these are all just I wanted to bring out very quickly. What's next we have in our agenda? We discussed about the mock interview. We had the career roadmap, kickstart and walkthrough. I kickstarted, I walked through, I kickstarted the career roadmap, how it has to be. We are going to have some expert advice with respect to, like how they got transformed, right? I hope like in our team, right? Or first of all, like I would like to congratulate all of you guys for becoming a Data engineer, right? For becoming a data engineer. And what data engineer? Not just a data engineer. Or not multi-cloud. That we are still at 2. Not Azure even. Not completely AI even. Database data engineer. What we have in our hand, let's talk about it, right? So we initially become a like a Python developer for data engineering. Then we become a SQL developer. I mean, everybody are already SQL developer, but a couple of our team members. Then we become a data warehouse developer and a data model. Do you remember? Then now we are in the progress of becoming, or we became a data engineer to an extent. I did not cover too much core things and all yet in the Spark or the architecture. What I have shown, we are not having any clarity yet, but we are going to get covered. But we become Spark data, I mean data PySpark engineer as well. Databricks data engineer. So you can say you are a Databricks data engineer with PySpark, with SQL, Python, and data warehouse and data model. Understood. So we have to recap. Agree? I need your support in getting that recap. Okay, I'm going to work with you guys to get that recap. It's not about I'm going to keep talk. You guys are going to be in a listen mode. I want some interactive way of managing the things in the Sunday evening. Okay, we are all having a good face value now. We're all seeing each other. Even the online people also have a good face value with you guys, right? By that way, like we can able to interact with each other and get the things achieved, right? So people are telling like it is going to be very good, right, Sarangapani? But I still expect everybody's response. That's a big challenge I face every time, right? We're all being here. We don't have an option. You guys have to express. But are you expressing in the Zoom chat? Tell me, right? I mean, feel free and feel like you guys are part of it actually, right? Then only you can able to make use of it. It's not going to happen for years, right? Months, few more weeks, few more months, we are going to do this, right? So show your full participation, guys. That is needed actually. That is not for me. That's for you guys, right? Always we miss that actually. Always we miss and then we will feel like in a meeting we wanted to speak something. We'll be looking for some right time to go and chime in. In the meantime, somebody else will give the same thought and they'll get a better appreciation. Agree? That seems we will be always having a hesitation. If I bring this, whether it's a right statement or not, right? That problem we always have. Okay, that problem always we have it. Don't give a space for that. Make use of at least this as an opportunity to do that. Interact this. Okay. Right team, I got 7 interactions now. After all this, after I speak all this, okay, great. Okay, so Kunal and Vasu, right? First of all, I congratulated all of us of becoming a data engineer, database data engineer, right? Particularly our and I want to advance congratulate all of us to become a Azure cloud database data engineer. When we are going to become an Azure cloud data engineer? Now we can say Azure cloud engineer, core cloud engineer, right? We can say, storage, security, network, compute we are going to learn tomorrow, right? By the way, we know how to work in Azure platform. You guys are all logging into Azure, right? With whatever the account that I have given you, right? At least I'm taking the risk of managing the billing and all. Make use of it. Go and just explore. Okay. We are going to become a kind of an Azure cloud data engineer, plus data engineer, plus database data engineer. This is a powerful need in the market nowadays. It's not about like GCP does not have a value, AWS does not have a value. But this also have its equivalent value. Okay, tap that case. Definitely, I'm telling, tap that opportunity. Right? So basically, I am a GCP guy. Because we evaluated the Azure Databricks and all long back. We used Databricks for some time earlier and all. Then we dropped it because of costing and other factors what our organization has. But now I'm in a new project, right, for the past few months, right? I'm working in Databricks now again. We given the project long back out. Some company we got and we spinned out that company. Now again we bought that company. And along with that, the Databricks came back. Azure came back. So in our organization, we are using almost most of the cloud. I will tell you guys my cloud journey and all. For almost more than a decade, I'm into this transformation. Almost 12 years, I'm into the transformation from different streams. I'll tell you guys. It's an interesting story. Not now, later I'll tell you guys. So we are going to become an Azure Cloud Databricks data engineer by when? What is your assumption here? In another 3 weeks of time, we are going to be. 3 weeks in the sense, already we can say, I'm a Databricks data engineer. Even I know the core cloud of Azure. All you have to do is what? Take the Databricks and put it into Azure, integrate it with the ADLS at least, and become an Azure Cloud Data Engineer with Databricks. But you are going to become a complete Azure Cloud Data Engineer by learning ADF and some of the other components, nitty-gritty components. Minimum ADF, minimum. Okay, fine. So let's try to become this in another few weeks of time, and we will be in a ready state to go and promote ourselves as a Azure Databricks data engineer. Okay. I would like to congratulate our early birds. Right, in our weekday batch, we have almost 7+ people who got into this early bird state, and we are having Jay over here as one of the person who did not came last week. And in our weekend batch, like we have two of our early birds, like Vasu and Kunal. I'd like to take this moment for congratulating them and thanking them for being an inspiration to all of us, or for being a forerunner for all of us, right? So we are going to say, Vasu have started, Kunal have started. So we are all, into that stream. I want to hear from you guys the same, okay? So, but I don't have, um, um, for physical, what to say, the award of excellence to give to at least these two people, because both of them are not in Chennai or in India, right? One of the person is in India, but Kunal is in India, but Vasu is not in India, right? So some way I'll try to give them this, right? But however, I have one of our weekday person over here to like handover. Okay, so that will come to an understanding. Okay, guys. So thanks Vasu and Kunal. You guys wanted to quickly bring some points to the team at this moment.
Yeah, Irfan, I just want to like thank you. I mean, before the session started, right, I did have a connect with you and I told you my situation and how badly I want to transition. Though I'm not completely there yet, and I don't know, like I am coming to my end of the notice period, so hopefully uh, I am going to join Accenture Strategy. But however, I have a couple of more interviews planned next week. I'll try to clear them as well. But this time around, I was not trying to basically shop for like opportunities. I just wanted the right opportunity, and fortunately, uh, it did happen. And I am going to get an opportunity where I can work on multi-cloud. That was the main point. So I when I joined this course before, I was only having experience with AWS. So and that was my ultimate goal to be able to upskill myself in the other clouds and get an opportunity finally, which I think I have partially achieved. So thanks to you, and I hope, yeah, I get to learn a lot more from you in the coming days.
Great, Kunal. Thanks for that, and thanks for being the starting person for our batch. And keep going, Kunal. You'll be having a lot of, the colors are waiting for you. Okay,
Thank you.
great, Kunal. So Vasu,
Uh,
are you there?
hi, Irfan. Thank you. Thanks, Irfan. Thanks for this opportunity. Yeah, as I mentioned already, I have moved internally between different accounts, Irfan. But our initial session, what are the DWH and Python Spark few of past concepts, helped to crack that interview. And currently working in Databricks, but only using PySpark and SQL, and for jobs and all using Airflow. But I could able to connect the points, whatever you have taught in the Databricks courses. Even though I have working in the Databricks tool, but now only like past 3 weeks, I could able to use those concepts in a better way. Also, I'm planning to attend the interview outside after like 1 month or 2 months. And though getting some opportunities from different recruiters, but I'd like to complete this course and thought of attending interview once this course is done.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Irfan. Thanks for your wonderful classes. Every classes are actually great, and it's helping in what to say interviews. Even I used to discuss with my co-workers, Japanese and both some other foreigners. Yeah, I could able to see some progress myself after attending these classes. Yeah.
Great, Vasu. Thanks
Thanks,
for
Irfan.
all your words and keep going, Vasu. Definitely you
Thanks,
can,
Irfan.
shine a lot. Great, Vasu.
Thanks,
And
Irfan.
let me take a quick opportunity here. Like Vasu is, like a kind of a person who always, like brings some points related to like some opportunities what he's finding, right? So tap that base if you guys are interested in looking for some onshore opportunity, especially in Japan and all, right? He was even recently bringing some job openings and all, right? And even he used to ping me personally also and say, Japan, there are a lot of opportunities are there. If people are interested, let me know, right? It's very easy for them to move here, unlike any other country, right? And apart from that, only the one thing is the Japanese language that we have to learn. So there are a lot of path forwards we have this. All we have to do is just to need to have some step taken towards it. I know like lot of commitments and other things that we have, but whoever like are good to do that, right? Considering the current market or current considering the current growth rate, lot of flexibility or lot of differences are there right currently. So how we can mitigate all of them? You guys think about it, right? And then see if it is fit for you. Look for the opportunities. Like there are supportive people out there. Okay. So great, Vasu and Kunal. Thanks for all your words. So I would like to very quickly talk about this point, and I can go and bring our team members over here, right? Like Jay, Kishore, Sanjay, and all for helping you guys understand how the transformation what they have got and their input related to the current market and other things. Okay, and maybe we'll go with some Q&A, right? And then we can go and discuss about our on-prem project, and then we can take it forward. Okay, fine thing. So do you remember this one, what I discussed with you guys some time ago? Right? Different states of us, different states of everybody, right? So we started our journey in an unconscious, incompetent fashion. Agree? So today I'm talking about lot of terminologies. Even our Jay Sri brought, I brought, and all of us have brought lot of terms. Everybody of you guys are sitting here attending. No one have left by saying, hey, what these people are talking in some different language. Did you guys feel that? No, right? Any one of you feel that? Right? So that makes you understand unconsciously you got some competency. Agree? Let's assume on day one I'm going to bring you guys all here and make you guys sit here and execute all this. What is the understanding you may get? Do you have anything out of this? You will be scolding me. What you are talking something is fun. Agree? But today, you guys definitely, like it's a matter of like the agronomist to run in the right side and talk about something like saying, hey, no, we are going to sit and enjoy, like watching TV, not attending Sunday evening, or not coming to the center for doing some activity, or not attending the session properly Saturday, Sunday morning. That agronomist will be always there. The other mind of everyone is there, right? But the Ariman which is running in the positive side, right? That always have to dominate, right? At least this name I learned in my school days, I remember. Okay, +1, +2, somewhere these terms will come, right? Anybody remember this? No one may remember this. This term Ariman Agramastu. Some positive and negative mind of people, right? Some place in +1, +2 I learned, I remember. Okay, fine, great. So We are in a conscious competency today. Agree? We are slowly entering into unconscious competency, but conscious competency at least we must be. At least when I say you are thinking, oh okay, Unity catalog. Oh, this is user prompt. You are able to answer something related to grounding. Yes, so grounding means what? He told something like I don't remember. Okay, now I'm able to recall, right? Or agentic, did we see really? Like your mind may be asking this question, then you realize, oh yes, we have seen. We have did something related to what sort of pipeline in agentic? What sort of pipeline? You remember any agentic pipeline that we did? Automatic ticket management. Do you remember? Right? Whether the product, whatever the customer have purchased, is required a refund or whether a credit or whether rejection. The agent has to decide that autonomously. You remember? So that understanding you got when I say now you guys are able to recall something on that. Not exactly everything, right? It looks like a messy thing in your mind, but if you go and put some time and effort, you can able to get that capture. Now, do you agree? Anything that you are going to talk, I'm going to talk about something like mermaid graph we created. Do you remember? Right? Do you remember some fact tables we created? You can able to recall very well. You can able to recall, but the only thing is it's a matter of time and effort. So conscious competency you are having now. Consciously you can go and get some competency built, but it has to turn into unconscious competencies when our Vasu is telling us, Kunal is telling, right, I want to get into this platform, I want to work fluently in that. That will take, the learning is a process actually, it has to keep continuing. But that learning will ultimately turn one day into unconscious competency. Right? All of a sudden you ask me a question, I can able to answer unknowingly. Without you complete the question, I can able to answer. That is because of unconscious competence. That requires a lot of time and effort. Everyone, right? It's not like about you or me. Everyone put that effort means they can able to get that. But strategical effort is needed as well. That strategical effort only so far I was speaking with you guys. Okay, Tim. So with this, I'll stop and I wanted to bring our maybe like I want to bring first of all Jay, right? Who is one of our aspirants in the weekday batch. He recently got transformed into the platform and he started working in a new like environment. So Jay, please. He's my close friend even, right? We used to go for somewhere out and all, and we enjoyed a lot in the recent period.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jay.
thanks for so thanks for everything. Like
Yeah, Jay.
I'm not even.
Yes.
So thanks for everything, your support and your motivation and everything. So really that brings and able to crack the interview. So I like to share some experience, like how we can prepare ourselves for the interview. Uh, as you said, like the strategy. Definitely, everyone will have their own strategy. But what I made is like what I planned is very first interview. I didn't perform well. So after that, I came to know that I need to prepare more. So the thing is, I prepared a document, like what you're showing, right? So I prepared everything, like talk about yourself. I mean, what you achieved in the past and what is your project and everything. So I gather all the inputs in the one line. So before going to the interview, that really helps a lot. And the questions in all the areas. So the template I can say is in any interview, if you go for data engineer, you can be a any I mean either a GCP data engineer or Azure or AWS. But the pattern is they will ask you for Spark, uh, the SQL, and the Python. So if you are very good in three areas, you can able to crack it. Definitely, they will ask you to write a Python program. So we should be proficient to know about the syntax and everything. So I can say that practice that will make you perfect. So you can go with the Python program like a 10 or 15 programs maximum, and the Spark, of course, what Irfan covers, but in the interview they will ask not even a 10%. So that is good enough on the Spark side. And of course, the SQL, what we learned at the SQL interview questions, in that one or two only they will be asked. So this is the template: SQL, Python, and Spark. And also in the second level, they will ask you what is the challenges you face. In first interview, I talk about more on the management side, and later I realized that whenever they ask you about the challenges, you can go and talk about your technical challenges. So that is one I corrected myself, and I immediately I got the offer in the next. That is one mistake I made, and I corrected. And also the incident management, uh, how how you will process the incident. So what is your approach? So these are the management people they will ask you. But technical side is what I spoke is all three areas: Python, Spark, and C.
Right. So even Databricks you did not attend that at that time.
You know,
You attended in Databricks also. No, right? Only in PySpark. Only. Yeah. So even for PySpark, see, Jay has almost maybe how many years of experience here, Jay?
I have 18 years.
18 plus years.
With data, I showed around 12. In cloud, 6 years.
Right.
So our category is something.
Great, great. So 18 plus years of experience, right? Getting an opportunity and like entering into it is not so easy, right? He is one among the person who cracked it. You may be always having that question, right? It's one how higher experienced people can manage. Right, that he was able to manage it. The third interview we were able to clear, right?
Yeah, third.
First two interviews he was not able to clear. Then third interview he got into it. So great, Jay, for bringing the great, Jay, great. So thanks for bringing the point. See, Jay have made very shortly with respect to what you have made and all. The very important factor to consider is SQL, Python, and PySpark. These three are very vital, and I am preparing the content for you guys to get ready on those aspects. Python programming, SQL related interview questions, and the PySpark also. PySpark is the one we are going to start with maybe mostly from tomorrow evening. Okay, but I'm going to engage with you guys on the SQL and Python also. Just thinking about how we can make something as a tool to help you guys, or some other way. I'm just planning actually. Okay, for that I'm going to put at least 2 to 3 times than the effort what you guys are going to. Because learning is one side, preparation of the content in a right way. Not even a single mistake it should have, right? So I will iterate a lot for this tool. How many times I might have iterated, you don't know. Like I was explaining about the tool by going each and every step by step of explanation, right? That I did of my own manually to ensure everything is looking correct. Though I had some mistakes, though there are a couple of mistakes are there, right? So I'm going to put that effort for you guys to just make use of it as Jay was mentioning. But one major question you guys all have, right? What is it? Should I have to know everything? That also Jay have answered. 10%, 20%, can we say? Actually, that is good. That is well and good for from what we have learned. Not everything everybody will be using, right? Maybe our other team members can help on it, right? And understanding like what they are using, right? So great, Jay. So you are now working in the PySpark.
Yeah, PySpark. Complete Spark. They are connecting to the BigQuery and.
Great. So they are using Spark with BigQuery, pulling the data from BigQuery. Data proc clusters you are running.
So
on-prem cluster.
Not it's in GCP.
Okay.
It is not a server.
Oh, okay.
It's I can say the cluster will spin up and.
Okay, so kind of an ephemeral cluster they are using. Okay, they'll spin up the cluster, run the job, and terminate it.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea behind this, tomorrow if they want to move to any cloud, it will be a lift and shift. if they write the code in BigQuery, because the question I asked to the architect, why we are using a BigQuery in a Spark? So you can write a own code in a BigQuery. That is the question I put. But the answer came from the architecture. See, tomorrow we can move to GCP to or to AWS. So Spark will be easy to. Otherwise, we need to convert all the SQL. So that is the answer.
Great, great. See, Tim, it is subjective again. He got that answer, right? I asked the same question to my management people. They were telling, don't use Spark, try to write everything in BigQuery. Now, some time ago, maybe 2, 3 years ago, when we were doing some sort of like modernization, right? We were working in modernization project and all. At the time, my management people were telling, oh, no, it's fun. BigQuery, Google is assuring a lot of analytical capabilities, AI capabilities and all. So we want to fully rely on BigQuery. But what if we wanted to go in a non-agnostic fashion? I don't want to stay with GCP for a long time because we have seen a lot of stories behind those kind of clouds. We almost used every cloud. The past how many years I would say, like maybe in 7, 8 years we might have used most of the cloud, right? On-prem we used, Yahoo Cloud we used, AWS we used, Azure we used, GCP now we are using. Again, Azure is coming back, right? Our own cloud we were using. We were using something like our own cloud, Terramart or something we were using, very long back, right? There are a lot of cloud platforms we are using actually. Jay and myself were colleagues for a long time. Okay, now he's in a different company, but like this and all, you can find there are a lot of opportunities to work in different cloud platforms. They'll justify accordingly. Like for him, their architect or whoever are justified in that way, right? But for me, they are justified with differently. It varies actually. It varies. They will justify whatever is right for them. With me, right? So that's a factor actually. So I mean, how much you are confident to answer something is the thing, right? So like whatever you say, if you say bold, then it is correct. That's true. That's a true statement, right? Great, Jay. Great. Thanks for all your points, Jay, and keep going. And you were not there in the last week to hand over this, right? As a token of appreciation, right? Thanks. What you would say. Okay. So I'll have Sanjay, one of my like a prior batch aspirant. He had a huge transformation, and yeah, like he used to question a lot of doubts he used to ask, and he's very good in technical and even in the all other aspects. Actually, like he put a lot of thorough efforts on getting transformed. So I'd like to get something from his mouth with respect to helping you guys on the transformation. So, Jay.
So thank you very much for thanks for this opportunity. So I'm not going to like give advice or something kind of thing, but whatever Jay mentioned is correct. So first, like when you are trying to attend interview, what you have to do is you have to fix whatever you're going to do. What I did is when Irfan was like moving close towards Airflow and the real time bit, I started preparing. I fixed in my mind I'm going to only with GCP and it's BigQuery, Dataproc, and Airflow. I fixed these three. And in this is at a platform, Lora service level. And in if you ask me on like technical side, I would say Python, PySpark, and SQL. So those things, if you say BigQuery and along with SQL, PySpark, Datapark, Python Datapark, and for sharing Airflow. So that is how I designed how I'm going to prepare. And I started preparing. So whenever you said, as Jay said, like whatever interview you go, they will first ask you like SQL questions. And slowly they will move Python. And if you say PySpark or Scala, whatever you prefer, they will ask those questions. And most of the interviewers don't know what question they are asking. Even I have been taking interviews, and suddenly you will be asked to take interview. We'll just take some questions from Google. If we put the questions, they'll write some code, they'll put in the chat, and they will evaluate later. So no one knows everything. Like at least 50-60% people doesn't know what they are going to actually ask. So whatever you speak, you have to be very strong on what you're speaking. Like while preparing, what I would suggest is, for example, as Irfan was giving this kind of playbook and all, but we didn't have any such things.
This is
Even
what
we
I
used to
was
write, yeah.
telling, like, let somebody say this, right? They are not getting it actually at that time.
No, it's good only, I would say. We didn't get it because we used a lot of research, and by that way, we will get to know what we are doing. Like my father and uncle used to say, he's an advocate, he used to say, nowadays AI has come and everything. If I want to search my judgment, if I put on Google, I am getting that. And if I want Google or like Gemini to highlight that, it will highlight that part, and I'm taking its note. But in earlier case, we used to read a lot of books, use understand a lot of things. But though AI is helping us, it's actually degrading our life as well. I'm not blaming everyone, but I'm just saying
That
like
is correct. That is correct.
so whatever he's giving us a playbook, and here I know most people won't read it, you just copy it to the resume, but please don't do that. Like read about it, understand about it, what it is giving, and make sure every word what you have written in the resume, you have some answer, you have some backbone about it. If you don't go without that, then some of the interviewers will try to school because they may have like a less number of opening, a lot of applications will be there, or you may be in very high competition, they will try to screw you. At that time, you have to know like how you are going to how I used to prepare is I don't, as I said, I didn't have this kind of playbook and all. So what I did is, so we like our batch had like a couple of folks like Selva, Mike, and then we used to sit daily, at least 2 3 hours, and we used to like, okay, how we are going to prepare. We all prepared for DCP, BigQuery, and Airflow data properly. What we do is, so if it's going to BigQuery, so what are the questions, possible questions, whatever is there, we will take a note of it and we will write everything at some point in time, whatever we are going to prepare will be there in the presentation what it's functioning. We'll take a screenshot of this and I will pin it in my mobile or I will start bookmark. So if I go data proc, do the same, and Alpha will do the same. So while attending interview before 15 minutes, I will walk through it. So that actually helped me a lot. If you just recall again and again all the things, it's not going to help. And even if you go with Python questions, they won't ask you much deeper. They will you like sort this array, remove duplicates, some basic questions they will ask just to see whether you have actually worked in Python or not. If you go to PySpark, they will use a create data frame, what is Spark session, what is Spark context, and what is like, how do you submit a job, and how many clusters you have been creating in your. So those things only they will ask, and if you are going for like a maybe a bigger role, and if the pay is much higher, and that time only they will tap you how you are going to tackle it. That is also you have to take care. And the main thing is like don't prepare too much. That's what I would say. Just stick with the topics or some services, whatever you are going to prepare, stick with that only and don't go beyond that. Always read a job description. If it only fits to your role, what you have been chasing, opt in, or else don't opt in and don't, because some companies will not allow you to attend again, so that every interview is very precious. So from the first interview, to start people like it is the last interview. At that time only, I'm not again panicking, but make sure your first interview is the last year, you don't have other opportunity. Make sure you give your best. And I repeat, it may be like overwhelming, but whatever Irfan says, never ever ignore that. I had even told you one scenario so that I attended one company. So I cleared the first round. The second round, he asked me more about data flow. I know I read everything about data plug and we did a lot of like hands-on also on data plug with other folks as well. So I answered even I didn't believe I know that much. The interviewer said excellent answering and I'm passing your resume. The third round he asked about many SQL queries. It went for 1.5 hours. So I wrote 6 7 SQL queries. I wrote Python program. I wrote PySpark. And last time he asked me about Airflow. So at that time only I told right when Irfan started teaching Airflow, I started the interview. I said I have not much worked on Airflow, and he said something. Okay, then this guy is not data is there kind of thing. If he say PySpark everything, why he's not knowing data? Why he's not knowing Airflow? He asked me, well, no, no, why you have not worked on data flow? What has happened? I said no, I know, but I am not given chance. So there is other team who's looking on scheduling and all. He didn't believe. So he said like I'll give 2 months of time, prepare and come back. I know his name. I told Irfan about him, and Irfan said that he's my student. He may be knowing him. He was from that class. And then I would, but Irfan told me like, while I said part of the interview, I asked Irfan. Irfan said, if they ask for airflow, you confidently say yes. You won't ask him any other question. I said no, and I was good in the interview. And then I attended one more time. I passed, but I didn't go for that company. So make sure whatever he says is that there is some background in it. He casually goes through it, Irfan, but there is a big background into it. So make sure you get that. And this is the interview we want to share. current work and how it's going.
Yeah, you please share.
And like currently, so to be frank, it has been almost more than 1 year since I wrote a single line of code as well. So my company has, so I'm working in a product company. My company has almost all the AI, Gemini, cloud, everything it has. So my only job is I'm just giving prompts nowadays. So, but you should know what is happening behind that. Like even I don't know Java even a single, but I work in Java. So that is how it is going, and you have to make sure while attending interview, as he has mentioned about, I don't know, we didn't have that AA and all at the time. So make sure you learn at least some basic things about what is LLM, what is RAG, what is MCP, what is LangChain, what is
No,
Vector.
we are covering all.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. But nowadays everyone is asking that, like, to make sure, because anyone can write anything now. It has become like that. So we have to be at least do know some basics about what these things and all, and then we can, if you start doing that, will be good and all. And even like there has been a interpretation that like after 5-10 years the market will be down, and I don't, it may be or may not be, but if you are good in AI, if you know how to work with the AI, then you will be at the top and no one can replace you.
Exactly. So, like rather than specifically say about AI, right? If you know how to adapt the market changes, if you are flexible enough, that's a very important point. Okay. Today they may call it as something like AI or whatever, right? Agentic or whatever. But after 3 months or 1 year, you can find a different terminologies they bring. If you know how to run with the terminology, rather than saying like I'm outdated, I don't have an idea on that. Let me see if opportunity knocks, or let me see if the need comes. It's not the case going forward, right? Try to leverage whatever you can able to leverage by now itself. Don't get delayed. Don't postpone this. Like over here, who are being here or attending over the online, right? Ensure you guys are not going to, like take it for granted. You guys don't try to sit in whatever that comfortable zone actually, right? Ensure you are going to tap this as an opportunity. This is going to be a kind of a eye opener for you guys. Maybe consider it that way. Sanjay or Kishore or Jay, whoever is bringing the points to you guys is to bring you guys all up to speed. Okay, so they're all having a mindset of beyond between. Okay, so if you ask about their transformations and all, it will be multifold transformation, multifold growth. Like last year's 1 lakh is not this year 1 lakh. Clearly, last year I have 1 lakh in my cupboard. Let's assume how much it is equal to today. Can you say? Anybody have an idea on that? So how much?
Around 80,000.
No, around 95,000, 94,000. Almost 6%, 6 to 7% of inflation will be there, right? So think about your future and think about your family's future, your kids and other future. They'll be definitely questioning you. You are in IT, what you did for it. You might have leveraged that. So we are in the progress of leveraging it by just putting some additional effort, right? So today I was watching some shots my kids were watching. In that, two students were sitting and listening to the class. Social science class is going to happen, right? So two people are telling, hey, it will be sleepy, how we can go and sit. Next period, PT period, like this, they were talking. All of a sudden, like one of the friends is coming from outside and he's telling, we have to lift some chairs and the tables and all. Headmaster is calling, come like this. He's bringing. So these people jumping and going fast. Like sitting and using their brain for learning is harder than going and putting a hard effort of lifting the items, right? But that is applicable at that period of time. When we use our brain, it will be a bit hard for us. But the outcome of that, you think, how many people have left their learning and they entered into that kind of phase for a time being happiness? The body will not accept for those kinds of hard work and all, physical work and all always, right? So we have to tap the opportunity and make use of it. That is good for some jokes and all. But the thing is, like a lot of people have left their learning opportunities and all, right? Because of considering some intermediate happiness. They used to spend some time with their friends. They don't spend time on learning. Now they are struggling a lot. With me, right? Like we got a very good platform, very good opportunity. Lot of community, lot of people are there to support. Like Sanjay is coming from a long distance, Kishore is coming from a long distance, Jay is coming from a long distance. Just to like bring some insight to you guys. It's not like they are not going to get anything else out of it. With me, so make use of all this support, and you guys can even reach out to them. They are very much happy to help you. They help. Sanjay, did you notice one thing? What he was telling? In their batch, they were group of people joined together and put some effort. Did you guys try that last time I told? How many of you connected in that way? Great, great. If you guys are connecting, who are there like that? Connect, connect, and get something shared here and there. Right, that will help you a lot. Right?
We used to connect after like at least 30 minutes to 1 hour. So share the knowledge and we will interview questions. We used to share, and by that way, preparing would be a
great, great. That is a great thing to achieve. Definitely, if you guys share your knowledge and connect and spend some time on your career. See, if you ask Sanjay, how much effort you put on transforming? 8 months, 10 months, 1 year effort?
Maximum 8 months.
8 months of effort you put, right? Now you are putting that same effort. No, right? You are just, but you got like a kind of a multifold growth.
Yes, sir.
Can you say like that?
But whatever we learn, so as Jay was mentioned, only 10 to 20% we ask in the interview.
Exactly.
In that 10 to 20%, you will be working only with like 15-20%, maximum 50% of that. So I learned, he was telling a lot of things about data proc and all. I was working data proc till now, but I have never seen data proc. We have a wrapper platform in a thing. So it's a drag and drop. Already there will be cluster will be learning. I will just write my Python script, it will run, it will deliver the output.
Yes.
So it is only needed for the interview clearance only. So you're not going to work on that. Even if you don't know that, if you go to the company, you will get to know how we are going to work.
Exactly.
So it's basically like what you are learning is only for interview, and it's you have to know the background of it. You don't need to write the entire code and all. Just if you know the concept and the background, then of course you can do that. Even with like most of your job ends with BigQuery. You are telling like BigQuery. So we used to convince our team like they will ask for either we won't go later. We will give 15 minutes back, so we can do scheduling in BigQuery for every 15 minutes. We used to brainwash them like BigQuery is doing almost 90% of the work. Only if you need like a real-time data, live data, one streaming purpose only, you have to move from BigQuery to PubSub or some Kafka.
Data flow and
or else you can always stick with BigQuery. As a SQL is major. If you know SQL basics, the windowing functions, how ranking, partitioning, clustering, and if you know if those things, you are 50% guaranteed. And the other 50% is your project explanation and your Python and PySpark. If you drag your time in project explanation, you are well and good. You are. So some interviewers will, after the short term, will be very eager to learn, hear about. If they will be very busy, they will just ask you to speak and they will start working on something else. Actually, those things also happen. So you can, if you start in the interview, if you see the face of interview, you can sense something. Okay, this guy is not going to ask something, or this guy is busy, so we can go with the flow. At that time, you have to like dynamically change your mindset on how we are going to attend.
Exactly. So you need to execute the plan B, C, and all that.
So if the interview looks very rude, then you know, okay, Satyam Nanama. In that sense, you have to go and you have to like, okay, whatever is going on, you have to be very cautious. And don't try to they will always ask you to do screen share. And nowadays they are doing this, do screen share, camera on. Don't try to open any other tabs because I have been seeing like whatever I was taking one interview and I was asking some question, the person repeating the same question. So I got no, okay, he's trying to act smart. So we uploaded into the call and we like that. So don't try to do that because you will never going to attend that company again. So make sure you do that.
Correct. So they will put you in a blacklist. Right. Great, Sanjay. Thanks a lot for all these words and happy to see you.
Let me know if you need anything.
So I mean like if you want to say Sanjay is now in a very big company, right? One of the dream company he's into, right? One of my other prior batch member who is working there in this. I mean, there are a lot of people working in that company, but one of the noticeable person, she is also working there, and you have connected with her and all, right? So she's in a very good position and all now, right? Just wanted to bring that case. So it's a one-time effort, right? That you guys are going to put and get your level up two-fold, three-fold, or whatever you want to, and then you are going to stay there for some period of time, and then you can go and look for a lift. Right? Always you are not going to put the effort. So that is going to help you, evolve a lot, excel a lot. Means put that as a smart effort, right? Great, great.
One thing if you clear all the interviews, you go for HR round for your conversation discussion, don't hesitate to ask for the numbers because the market is ready to give all those numbers you ask. Even 150% if today people are getting, they will have some target or they will have some budget. But if you know that you did very well, you can ask 150 up to 100% people are ready to give. So don't even negotiate with that. Try to get maximum so you can, because if you enter that company with knowing data engineering and all, you are going to stay there at least for 3-4 years, and they won't give you much hike. There will be 5-6%, 10% they will give hike, and whatever number you're going to get during that interview, so will be a number for next 5 years.
Correct. That is correct. And you can get counter offers. Even
Yeah.
Sanjay, you were getting like that, right?
Yeah, I got around 5 offers, and after telling that company name, people even didn't schedule me the interview. During HR will ask me, right?
Correct.
They didn't even schedule the interview. Okay, anyways, we're not going to come here.
Correct. So when he tells that current company where he's working, other companies are not ready to call him for an interview because of he's not going to get a better salary than the current company. So that way you can ultimately reach actually. You're having a different understanding of joining some other company earlier before we get an offer finally in this company currently where he's working. So the thing is, it's like that actually. You can see we don't know like what opportunity we are going to get. The only thing is we have to take a step towards it.
If you have notice speed of like 90 to 60 days, get one offer, hold it. When you're very close to like end of your notice period, start giving multiple interviews. You will get multiple calls within the span of last 20 days. You'll get multiple call, and that time whatever you are going to tell, they're going to hire you because you will be in there first. You will be in the top of the staff, so they will just pull you in. So because you have very less number of notice days and they will put you. So grab that opportunity. If you got 1 or 2 offers in the 90 to 60 days period, hold it, prepare, and the last 20 days will be the golden period for you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Great, Sanjay. Thanks a lot. Sure.
Thank you so much for having me here. I have been traveling with instructors for almost past 5 years. Yes. Okay. So trust me, today I didn't come for the session. I came here for my own personal agenda, but then
okay, he kept meeting me, so I asked him.
So coincidentally, this meeting happened. Thanks for. So yes, so whatever Jay and Sanjay is, so they have given more than sufficient insights to it. So one thing that you notice is so whenever they started attending the interviews, they were not completely. The only one thing which differs from the one who is assisting the interviews, and they were ready to actually fail. They were ready to fail. So, and the other thing is they were courageous enough to give that up. That's the only thing that's holding me off from the others who's actually attending the interview and writing the interviews. So yeah, so basically coming from a completely non-technical domain. So I don't know what coding is. So I remember in an interview where during my college years, fourth year of interview, right? Fourth year of college. So Asan sir asked me a question. So what is a cloud? I really thought it was some dust particles. I mean, water vapor was forming. So that's the level of knowledge I had. And so yeah, and yeah, so being at that point, right? So I got completely transformed into one of, I can't self-boast, but then is one of a good data engineer in the market, and so stay relevant to the market. So that's the only thing which I can say. And the other thing is, so as Sanjay said, it's been nearly a year since I have coded as. Um, One other thing I wanted you all to carry away from this place is the mindset. That is the only thing. See, technologically, you have that conscious completeness. So that is going to stay with you forever. So you are going to be, oh, I had heard this word somewhere. So if one has mentioned this word somewhere, you're in a good form right now. Even I can say that you're in a better form than me right now, because I don't know everything. I don't have a physical working experience in all of the tools and software that you are using right now. So that is the difference between you and me. But give me 2 to 3 weeks of time, I can come to your level. So that's the kind of mindset you should have always. And what happened a year before? So I was expected my company to function as a data scientist as well. So right now the market is evolving in such a way, right? You have to be ready for everything. So the one thing which you are going to carry forward from here is the mindset, the progressive mindset. I mean the mindset to accept everything and to evolve, to accept everything and evolve, right? So that I got from Irfan sir. Seriously, without this positive attitude, right? So one thing that like, see, in the world of chaos, right? You have to stay positive. Once you stay positive, things will come to you. I realized this, and my team, we had 11 members, 11 data engineers are working in a team, and they are not laid off a lot, but they are, possibly given credits to some other team, so they are working in some other team right now. And we are foundational data team basically, so our data is being utilized by the end user customers as well. So I am the only one data engineer in the team who is handling the entire data. So that sort of confidence. So I don't know what is about you. That sort of confidence I gained only because of this positive attitude and mindset. And my company, they were ready to give. Actually, I was working through an agency to my company, and they were offering me 100 times to actually convert me to their own personal agenda. So, so that's what I'm trying to say. Don't get afraid. And the interview perspective, right? Be ready to fail. Yeah. So what's gonna happen? No, it's just an interview, right? So the interviewer was all this. He's not a god and all. Okay, once in a while he would have been in your state. So the only difference between you and him is like he has gained that practical knowledge and you haven't. And once you are into the company, right, you realize that you know more than. Definitely, that's not gonna happen. And I have realized it many times. I have taken a number of interviews, and I have seen candidates from Inceptors as well. And once you are into the company, you'll realize like out of 10, right, 7 will be from Inceptors. So, so you're in a very powerful place right now. So make use of the opportunity. He will never say no. If you are going to ask help with respect to the technology and stuff, right, he will never say no. And you can make the best utilizing the best, and then grab the fruits, guys. That's I think that's and if you want any help, yeah, there. What else? Yes, yes. And about the 100% of what sales say, right? So you would be utilizing only 10% of what is sitting in the actual company. So while working in the company, right? So right now I'm working only predominantly in BigQuery. I use Airflow. So data prop I handle and data form. Yeah, so data form.
So now I am aligning more towards the Azure and Databricks as a first component.
Okay.
Azure as a first cloud and GCP as a second cloud. I'm just putting now because of the Databricks what we started learning from startup.
Yeah. That is
And a very important factor. I will take a quick opportunity to talk about that. Dan, Sanjay, or Kishore, or even Jay, right? You guys are not going to put too much of effort on learning data prop, then BigQuery, Cloud Composer, or Airflow, and GCS and all this. You guys already have learned all this. The name of what? Databricks has everything. Including BigQuery, it has the delta tables, right? I want to take that as an opportunity to bring that. So they learned Databricks to a better extent, and including AI component of Databricks, they learned to some extent, and I'm going to take that again to them in the Azure platform.
Oh, nice.
That's the thing currently happening.
Getting a lot is fun actually.
Yeah, see, the transformation, right? I do have to bring that actually, because people are trusting and like associating with us means like we have to. I mean, I don't look for my personal time for taking the same content again. No, in fact, I will try to have that, but in the recent period, I put a lot of time and effort. That I agree actually. For especially transforming all the tools, lot of tools I have built, you might not have seen all of them. Lot of interesting tools we have built actually, and I'm using those in that.
Yes.
Maybe you might not have seen those.
Yes, sir. Actually, we haven't seen any of this. Irfan sir was just a picture in one corner of the screen. So that's all I know about him during the Corona time.
Exactly.
I joined in Inceptus, and that's how I knew him. And right now, seeing those data centers and whatnot, you have everything here. It's come. So that's the kind of opportunity I think you're having now. And so I'm not trying to say that you're getting more than me. So not blaming that kind of stuff. But then, yeah, he's trying to give back. There will be people who just want to earn money and develop themselves. He always tries to give back to the society and whatnot. So that's one thing I love about him. And thank you so much, sir.
Great, Kishore. Great.
And you can reach out to me, guys. I know a number of people, so they are in touch with me already, and I'm supporting maybe two of them. So
feel free to reach guys. Any of our team members are supporting with each other. Like it's not for any other reason. They wanted to just help technically, right? So reach me out and you can get the contact if you are really needing some support and all. They can help you in interview preparation. See, if you could not able to reach all of you could not able to reach me, you can reach him also. Reach Sanjay or Kishore. Definitely, a lot of our team members are there to help you guys. Right? Great, Kishore.
yes, sir.
So I remember one thing with Kishore, when he was being here for the first time, that's the first meet we had. On Sunday evening, we were getting the car, right?
This was the center, right? It was not completely ready. So
Yes.
it was in partial
almost
ready
in a
state, and then we had our first meet over here. Probably I missed the Saturday session. I came on Sunday session. And, so I told you, right? So my company wanted me to join them with the 100x kind of talent transformation. It happened here. It happened right here on a Sunday evening. They called me. They wanted me to attend the interview. So I was rushing, taking the laptop from sir, and then I was sitting in that room. And maybe I was the first guy who got the positive outcome.
Exactly. Before we start this, right? I was keep telling, is something I'm getting in my mind of like some glowing things are coming in front of me. I'm not sure. He's Sunday evening, the HR may not call him, but he is getting a very good transformation on that. So we are very happy, right?
Yes, sir.
It happened on the first day when we were meeting for the first time.
So yes, sir. I'm glad to stay here and get connected with instructors. So yeah, please reach out to me, sir. I can. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, a lot, Fisher. Great team. I think whatever our people have given, Kishore, Sanjay, Jay, all have stated, right? I hope you guys have taken a note of it, right? Particularly few points. The percentage what you have to know, not too much, and concentrate on only few components. Have a courage to go and attend interview. Get failed, it's okay, right? But in the other side, fail fast, and don't like too much fail fast. Fail fast, but don't too much fail fast. That means you put a break. See where you are missing. Then you go and try to attempt. Because every interviews are precious, as Sanjay is mentioning. But in the other side, don't hesitate and sit. Don't try to learn everything. And that's again, I told one more important point, very, very important point. What is that? You don't have to learn everything. BigQuery. So when Sanjay and Kishore is telling, they learned SQL, Python, data warehouse concept, PySpark, BigQuery, Dataproc, Cloud Composer. All this they have to learn. Sometimes Cloud Function also. But what you guys have to learn is only one thing. What is it? Database. That's it. Just take it with Database. That's it. You have that much opportunities available. It's a very simplified transformation you can get. If you're not going to leverage that, then you are missing a lot. Consider that way. Okay. Now you are going to add a flavor called Azure Database. That's where I was telling you tomorrow I'll give you guys a roadmap of what you are going to do further. Okay. And I want to see a transformation from you guys in another 2 to 3 weeks. We don't have much time. Okay. I thought of getting that from the last month itself. At least by this month, we had to. I want to buy huge boxes of these shields for you guys. Okay. Since Kunal and Vasu is not here, I'm not in a position to hand over that. At least to the weekday team, I was able to hand over at least to 5 people. Okay. But I'm not able to hand over, including Jay and one more person in outside. Other than that, I was able to hand over. Okay. I'm waiting for the place. Okay, the best very much happy thing that I hear from you guys is getting an opportunity. Okay, because we're all putting a lot of effort and time, all this, right? By now we are sitting here, right? Rather than watching some movie or anything else, right? But that is going to pay you this back, okay? And this current market need, okay? Fine thing. So with that said, I will stop all this and go on quickly show you guys a quick project. It's not about too much of technical things and that. 10 minutes we'll spend, 10 to 15 minutes we'll spend max, okay, and then we will close. Okay, guys. So the thing is like we have, and I'm going, and you guys are going to do this project in the near future. Where if you ask Sanjay or Kishore, they will say, Irfan, we did not get an opportunity of doing this and all. You always tell this in theory to us. We are able to see this practical that they are going to tell. What is that, you know? See, basically, we spent almost couple of weeks on learning the on-prem cluster, right? Hadoop architecture, Spark cluster, right? On-prem cluster, we are spending a lot of time, right? I did not teach them on-prem at all yet. I did not go with on-prem at all. We directly went into Python, Databricks, and we started using Databricks. Why? Because Databricks is giving us free edition now, right? So we were tapping that. We don't want to, even I did not given them VM. They are not using VM. They are not using VM at all so far. It's almost more than 5.5 months. They are only using Databricks. Still using Hadoop. For that reason only, I want to teach you guys some extent of Hadoop. Because a lot of people will say, hey, Hadoop and all, no one is using. Why I have to learn? Right? But he's telling, right? Hadoop is being used. You ask, like Kishore, his current company was using Hadoop only till sometime ago.
My company, when they were transforming from Hadoop to
Hadoop to Google only they transform.
It's not ready to migrate. We don't want to go other than whatever cloud you take, we don't want to use
Hadoop even they are using, right? So that is there actually. That is there. For that reason only we had to know about on-prem also. Okay. So our team members have taken care of forming a cluster, development cluster as well the prod cluster. Prod cluster we have shut down for now. Development cluster they have formed a 3 nodes cluster we formed. So basically we form a single node cluster in our learning and all. Kishore or Sanjay and all when they were learning, we used to form a single node cluster and we'll use it as a VM, virtual machine. So tomorrow we are going to learn about what is virtual machine. Even after 5 months, I'm going to teach them what is virtual machine tomorrow.
We started with that.
Really, we started with that. So the way how the market needs, I'm just transforming. That's a different story. But I wanted you guys to see. Today we discussed, right? What we discussed: network, VPC, UPN, and then like subnet, region, availability zone, right? Scaled units, and then we were talking about something like rack, nodes, VMs. We are going to start that. We were discussing about all this like today. That one we already have formed here. That is one thing, and we formed that in a form of development cluster also over here. So now we are going to see one project called something like Climb Easy. Okay, this project is going to talk about the insurance domain actually. Very quick thing. You don't have to worry too much on this project and all. It's a matter of like you guys also can use this. You can go to your mobile phone and put an entry. The data will go and travel across different systems. What is the architecture of this project? Right? Like it's all about we are going to put some entry in the Climb system. What we have here. It's a pure insurance domain project, and you guys are going to transform this project and learn this project even. So wait for it. But currently we have a cluster running where the Airflow job is running, which is a scheduling job. In Databricks, we already have a workflow scheduler, right? Already we can use the workflow to schedule the job and it can keep run. Same kind of workflow scheduler we started here in our 3 nodes cluster where we installed Airflow. Usually in GCP, we have Airflow in the name called Cloud Composer, right? Or we were not installing Airflow in our local, right? But here we have made Airflow cluster running to take care of the orchestration and scheduling. So in our cluster, we have Airflow, we have Hadoop installed, we have Spark installed, and we formed a standalone 3 nodes cluster. One master node and 2 worker nodes. Okay, so when I go and do some claim on a policy number 4, I'm going to claim for 1 lakh rupees, let's assume, and it is going to be in a pending state, and I'm going to choose the date for the claiming. So Vasu wanted to thank you guys for your input, Sanjay, Kishore, and Jay, right? In the chat he mentioned. So I'm going to mention something like WE47 batch claim, insurance claim we are making. So when I press this button, right, what happens in the behind the scene is it is going to take the data into the GCP cloud platform, into the cloud SQL. The data is going to go. Okay, I'm going to make the claim. Data got loaded into the cloud SQL successfully. 1 record. What happens next is the data from the cloud SQL will be pulled by our Spark program that is running in our local cluster. The data is now into the US East region. From there, the Spark JDBC will be used, as one of you were mentioning. In our JSV was mentioned. I use Spark JDBC to pull the data. This record will be pulled by the Spark JDBC. Like me, thousands of people can do a claim. The data will go to system of records. The data will go to the point of sale system. Via this application, we are taking the data to the cloud SQL point of sale system of record system. What is this tool? We can call it as in a system of terms. It's a system of engagement. English, nothing else other than English case. If you see something as an English, you can't forget. If you see that as a terminology, you forget. System of engagement. Some engagement is happening. Somebody is going, and if you want, you guys can go and type inceptors.com/claims. Put an entry. You can see that entry in our dashboard. You can see that entry in the dashboard. There are around 47 pending claims we have. Okay, if I go and put one more claim, W47, claim 2. So you can find 48 pending claims. 47 to 48 it got transformed into, right? So the data is going to the DB and it is getting refreshed as a dashboard. So whoever is putting the claim, they can see that in the dashboard. And in addition to that, our PySpark program, which is running orchestrated using Airflow, once in a minute it is going to run, is going to capture the data from the DB, and it is going to propagate the data across our multi-node cluster. It is going to store the data into Hive and Elasticsearch NoSQL database. And we are getting some dashboard generated out of the Elasticsearch NoSQL database, which I'm going to show you guys over there physically. Physical cluster they were not able to see. In fact, till now you are saying like you are using Hadoop cluster, right? Where you get a chance to see a physical cluster, right? It is maintained by somebody in some other place, right? You could not able to see that. You could not able to see that, right? So that we are going to see here. We are going to take an opportunity to see how physical cluster looks like, how we can put a mind map of understanding the Hadoop architecture physically by looking. Okay. So this one we will go there and see very quickly. Right. This is the pending claim what we had created just now. This data is coming from the DB, but this parallel data will be collected in our cluster and get distributed. For example, 2 records I have created. If my Spark job is going to pick these 2 records, only the incremental data by using some checkpointing data, what JC was mentioning, right? I don't pull the data. Anything more than 77, I'm going to pull. 78 and 79, I'm going to pull. I'm not going to pull the 77 record again because the data I already have processed. You are going to collect these 2 records alone, and these 2 records are going to be processed by 2 Spark containers, for example. And one container is going to run in one node, another container is going to run in second node, worker number 1, worker number 2, and the data will be processed. One record will be processed by one container, another by another container, and one record will be stored in 2 different computers in the form of block 1 block. Block storage, you remember we discussed, right? So that stored data is going to be accessed by Hive. We can run a Hive query to access the data. Hive is like BigQuery. Hadoop HDFS file system it is going to store. That is like what? ADLS. ADLS. And we are going to read the data and get some dashboard generated out of it by using Elasticsearch. Okay, so we'll go and see that over there. Okay, you guys come along with me. Maybe I hope like we can able to accommodate all of you guys. Let's go there and see. Give me 1 minute of time. I'll just look for that and come back. Before that, we will wind up by looking into that whatever the project very quickly, and then we can have our lunch and this goodies we have t-shirts and all we can get that taken. So we have a quick photo and we can leave that. I'll take okay. So let me check and come back, guys. So online people, you just please wait for a while. I'm this camera you can able to see over there, like how I'm going to show that particular. So we will go and see that. Give me a few minutes. Okay, I'll check and. இதை கூட நீங்க ஏசி ஓட்டு சாப்பிடுவாங்க. So I'd like to like maybe introduce Manoj, one of our team member, and there are a couple of our team members involved in creating this cluster. In fact, okay, so he's taking care of this cluster management, including the development and the prod cluster. What we have for now, the prod cluster we shut down for some reason. Okay, so what we are doing here is like if you guys see this image like particularly, so we wanted to just maybe recall the things and all once in a while. So if you see that medallion architecture, right? Hope you are able to understand that by looking into it. Right? Do you agree? Right? Bronze layer, silver layer, gold layer, and we are transforming the data, and we are going to add a lot of things there. Maybe in subsequent days, we are planning to add some real pipelines and other things. Okay. Right. Okay, so that is all about it. So if you see this one, right, this is our master node. Kishore, Manoj. Yeah, you can tell about this.
Here there is three nodes. One is master and and another two is that worker node. Here it is called as a standalone multi-node cluster. Uh, the master node is here. The master node is have that drivers and that executors and all. While we submitting the jobs, we built the ensure retail pipeline uh, to deploy the job into the cluster. Uh, while we submitting the job, the master node in master node the driver creates the DAG execution and the tasks are divided and create the stages divided into on the split into tasks, and the driver send the task into to the executors, and the executor execute the jobs and store into the destination places. That's it.
Great. So this is the question even asked in the interview, right? He have implemented this, in fact, totally. Okay, he's not like bringing that fully out here, because this is the first time he's explaining. But the thing what is happening here is very, very important factor to consider. As I told, right, I have teached this a lot of times to the people for the past 12 years I'm telling. But I'll be telling, imagine there are 3 nodes cluster we have. There is a single node cluster we have. One node is acting like a master. One node is acting like a client through which I'm going to connect to the master. They used to connect through the client into the master. Okay. And the master node comprised of couple of configurations. If you see this, right, the master node has majorly 2 programs running. We call it as a daemons, background services. Okay, we call it as a daemon service or a background service. There are 2 services will be running. One is name node and Spark master. So if we are going to have something called Hadoop cluster of 3 nodes, one master node will be there and 2 worker nodes will be there. So one name node, 2 data nodes. Name node handles the metadata information, data node handles the data. That is a core concept. Okay, we usually show all this in one node, not in 3 nodes. But we have formed a 3 nodes cluster here to in such a way to say one master nodes will control the 2 worker nodes. He's like a project manager, control 2 workers. Okay, assigning the tasks or assigning the data to them. And we have one more like daemon that is running called Spark master. You see, so I am the master node. I manage both data coordination, that is name node, by using name node, and I process, I do the task allocation and all to the workers by using the Spark master. There are 2 daemons are running here. 2 programs are literally running here. One program is name node, and another program is Spark master. Spark master will take care of managing the processing activities. The name node takes care of managing the data storage and retrieval activities, because we need data in both computers, and some processors has to run, some process has to run in the name of task to handle the data, to process the data, right? These 2 we are needed actually. So this master will have all these things and all managed. That is the first part, the master part. So if we see here, the name node services is metadata management. Like who do what? I have to maintain that information. Who store what data? So if he's going to ask, hey, can you tell me how many claims has come with pending status? This master will go and say, hey, worker number 1, data node number 1, you are having one record stored right in a form of block, give the data. Second worker, you have that one another block stored pertaining to these 2 claims, what is asking, right? Give the data to the client. So the workers will send the data to the client. He can see the total number of whatever the clients. You have seen that, right? 48 clients, because of the data is coming from the 2 data nodes suggested or controlled by the master. So I'll go and put a request to the master saying like, hey, I want some data. Master will say, I don't have the data because I'm master. I don't take care of this data. My worker is there. Go and talk to them. Worker will give the data back to me. This is the master slave architecture, master worker architecture, right? The master slave architecture you can mention even by knowing this. This is with respect to storage and retrieval. But I'm going to say, no, I don't wanted the claims data as such. I wanted how many claims are made, how many claims are rejected. That information if I need. So then storage alone could not able to do all that work. Storage does not know how to process. So we need processing framework on top of it. What is the processing framework we are using here? Spark. So we are running this 3 nodes cluster as a Hadoop cluster comes Spark cluster. Hadoop cluster is going to talk about storage. Spark cluster is going to talk about processing. So if we see here, one more master is running in this node, that is Spark master. The Spark master work is doing what? Allocation and management of resources. Allocating work to the respective workers. What he was telling, the task will be distributed and the workers will do the tasks. That is the worker configuration what we mentioned there. If you see, what is the work of the worker? If you see, right, say, hi, I am a worker node number 1. I execute the tasks and store the data within the cluster under master nodes direction. Under the master node Spark master direction, I am going to process the data in the form of Spark tasks. And in the form of data, I'm going to store and retrieve with the help of name node. So name node, data node will talk with each other. And the Spark master and Spark workers will talk with each other to do the processing activity. This is what I'm going to talk with you guys in the tomorrow's evening discussion, in terms of like that, whatever that animated images are like created, right, in that way. But if you literally see, this is what is happening. This node is going to talk to this guy and say what? Hey, you got to take care of getting the data copied from the client. So that when I put the two clients, right, what happens? The one record will come to this computer. Another record will go to that computer and get stored in the hard disk of the respective computer in the form of block and block. But a single data set.
Directly storing
Worker nodes, data nodes used to call it as.
through master.
Not through the master. That is an overburden, right? So if I'm going to ask master, this is my client node. I'm going to put a record.
The master.
How does master knows? That is where we have a wired connection between them. We already have the daemon running, speak with each other. They use IPS or IPC concept, inter-process communication. They use the protocol to connect. Okay, IPC protocol they use to connect with each other. So these guys and all will report to how a project management works. The same way it works. If I get an opportunity to store my data into multiple chunks into multiple computers, we call that as what type of storage? Distributed. That's it. Distributed storage. Okay. But in the cloud, it won't happen that way. If I store two records will be stored as a single file. We call it as what? Object. One, it will be stored as a single file. If I give 2 lakhs records, even it will be stored as a single file. That is object storage. This is block storage. In Windows computer, I told if I store a file, it will be stored into blocks only, right? How many numbers of blocks it will store? Divided into 4 KB. 4 KB. But here, if I give 256 MB data, it will be divided into 2 blocks and stored in 128 MB in one node and another 128 MB in another node. But if I don't give 256 MB, I give only 1 MB. The 1 MB data will be stored as single block in a one computer. If I say no, make the block size as 512 KB, then it will create 2 blocks. Even we can make the block size defined. But let it be. Let's assume we got some 10,000 clients created. 10,000 clients are going to be stored as 5,000 here, 5,000 in the form of data on number 1 and 2. This is the distributed storage. Very clear thing on this. So master is going to say worker number 1, data number 1. You go and take care of storing one block. Data number 2, you store another block. But who will give you the blocks? What? The client. Client, not the master. Master will just say what's the work. Client will assign the work to you. You take care of it. I don't want to take that work and distribute it. It's unnecessary. Then the data will come from here to here, then here to there, there. I don't want it. The client asks the master, master say go and talk to the data number 1, give your first block. Out of 10,000 clients, 5,000 clients you store there. Second 5,000 clients you store there.
How the data distributed is stored.
That is the framework. That is the work of the HDFS framework, distributed file system framework. It's not equally distributed. It is going to distribute by using the block size, 120 MB block size. So if I have 200 MB data, 120 MB of data will be stored in one node. Balance data will be stored in another node. 70 MB will be stored in another node. Exactly not equal. It's a block size what we have. That block size we can change. That's what I was telling.
In the logic part, any data stored in one database part, the particular server is connected. It requires how to separate the.
That is the very big framework Google have initially created in the year of 2003, and it came into a maturity state in the year of 2011. 8 years it took for getting a maturity. Not so easy architecture. Distributed computing is not so easy. That's where
How to connect it with centralized one.
See, basically the client will connect to the master. What Manoj will do, he will use his laptop to connect to the master node. He will inform the master, hey, I want to put some data. Master will say, I know my workers. I'll give you the IP address of those people. You go and talk to them and put the data. I'll tell you what is the data size you want to chunk. Master will have the configuration of HDFS.XML, course.XML, some configuration files you have. Using that, you go and talk to the worker and store the data like this. How many replicas? Maybe 2 replicas, 3 replicas. Replication we have seen, right? Zonal replication, geo replication. Same replication happens here, but within the same zone, the replication will happen. This is 3 nodes in a single rack. You can consider. We did not put this in rack, but you can see that it is in rack. Proper data center setup we have. Now the data is stored in 2 nodes, right? Worker number 1, worker data node number 1, data node number 2. This is Hadoop architecture, HDFS file system architecture. But we have one more architecture called, like Spark architecture. That is more needed here. Hadoop architecture, even you can say, I did not work with Hadoop. You can tell that in the speaking. But Spark architecture, you have to know, then only you can able to understand even the Databricks architecture. See, Databricks, we are just simply submitting the job and not worrying about anything, right? Because of serverless. When you go to serverful Databricks platform tomorrow, right? You are going to see about like, oh, we can create our own cluster. It's a matter of this time to create this cluster. Tomorrow we are going to create 3 nodes cluster, 30 nodes cluster. That part we are going to do. So now assume 3 nodes cluster we have. What is going to happen? The job is going to be submitted. This time I'm not going to say just store the data. Whatever data I stored a week ago, right? Or few minutes ago we stored the data, right? Now I want to process and know how many claims are settled or how many claims are not settled. For example, I run a Spark program. I have some Spark program created using PySpark or whatever, and read the data as a data frame, convert that into multiple other data frames, and store the result somewhere. So here what we are doing is the Spark program we are submitting through an automated scheduling mechanism called Airflow. That is what these people have developed actually. Entirely, our team members have developed this Airflow and everything. Some of the team have taken responsibility of developing. Now the Airflow is running in one of the node, takes care of scheduling the Spark job. We have created a Spark job and told what this Spark job you go and run once in 1 minute. Whatever the data loaded in the database table, incrementally, 2 records we got loaded, right? Take the 2 records and go and process 1 record in one computer, another record in another computer. For example, the 2,000 records are stored with 1,000 in each node. Let's assume through the distributed storage. Now I'm going to run a Spark program to say what? Hey, you bring the data into the containers. Containers means memory area you allocate. In this node, you start one memory container. In that node, you start one more memory container. And what you do, read the data from the hard disk and put it to the memory. Perform the operation of processing by using Spark. We call this a Spark task. We call this as an executor. The memory area where the data is going to be brought is called executor, and the tasks are going to. Who will put the task planning and ask the task to run? That is the work of the Spark master, where the driver runs. Along with the master node or somewhere else, the driver program runs. There is some concept of driver. The driver will control it. Or we have something called app master along with driver, or app master, driver outside of the app master, something called client node, cluster node, and all. We have some confusion on that. We will discuss. But one controller will say, I created a DAG, direct acyclic graph. How many tasks it has to run? What sequence it has to run? Whether it has to run in parallel or in sequence. Then the task will go and run here and there. One task run here, another task run there. Take the data from the disk, put it into the memory, process it. The process result will be sent back to the client. So we are seeing the dashboard. How many claims are made? How many claims are not made? Right? Spark will process the data. And we are currently doing what? The process data we are storing it to Hive tables. Somebody wanted to write queries in this cluster itself to see, not through the web GUI. Distributed data SQL processing like BigQuery, like Synapse, like Athena, whatever the name you can name it as. So the Hive is going to run here to process the data. And we are parallelly storing this data into NoSQL database called the Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch is like literally nothing else other than RAG. RAG created long ago. I shown one demo of we created a RAG kind of tool long back, right? That using Elasticsearch. We don't know that this is called RAG at the time because no one knows RAG is this is called RAG. Before knowing what is RAG, we created RAG app. Okay, so the Elasticsearch also we have here. That is what Manoj is going to show. Whatever the data that I placed, right? If I go and put more data, you can see that in the Elasticsearch node. It's a NoSQL. It's a NoSQL database. It is inspired based on Google search. In Google created search engine, right? Duckcutting was creating one more parallel using search engine to compete Google. That using search engine is taken by somebody in the Elasticsearch.co company, and they formed a new project called Elasticsearch. It's a Google search engine. Literally. Google search engine is the base for that. All are interconnected. If you see, we are thinking in Google search engine aspect, but it's true. A small Google search engine is running here. You can say lose in search engine. Okay, yeah, go ahead. So Manoj is just showing you guys. If I put one entry through my mobile phone here, leave the laptop, right? I'm going to make a client here. Okay. If I put an entry, you can see the data there. So this is the dashboard, right? You can see. So if I go and put some entry, right? exaptest/com/client easy. If I go and put on entry, in a minute of time, you can able to see the clients are getting changed. So I'm going to put one entry, okay? In my mobile phone, I'm putting an entry for 10,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupees. I got to put as a pending or completed. Your pending also taken in the dashboard, right? Manoj? Yes, sir. You're saying pending dashboard also, right? So I'm putting a pending data, pending client of one number again this. Okay. So I'm submitting the client, Manoj. Okay. I submitted a client. 2 clients I'm making. Okay. I made 2 claims. How many claims are currently made? So now what is happening is, that is very important. I put a claim entry here. The data will be stored in a database. From the database, our Spark program which is running here will go and use JDBC to connect. Like you remember, Databricks we used to connect the data from some foreign catalog using foreign catalog. Like the same way, Spark JDBC will be used here to connect to the database and pull the incremental data of 2 records. And Spark MySQL database in cloud, GCP cloud we have. And we are bringing the 2 records and storing it in these 2 computers. Spark is storing the data in the 2 computers for enabling Hive data set. Spark is processing the data and storing it into Elasticsearch as well. And from the Elasticsearch, we are seeing the data using some dashboard called Kibana. That's a dashboarding tool called Kibana. So where the data is propagating, Google Cloud SQL to on-prem HDFS file system to Spark to like Elasticsearch to Hive to not Elasticsearch. We are putting in Hive separately, Elasticsearch separately. Elasticsearch to Kibana. Did you got that data refreshed? You can see the data is getting refreshed there. You see that chart will be changing the shape. Do you see the changing the shape? We call that what type of chart? Pie chart or donut chart, right? Pie chart. Great. This is the unconscious competence. Without you think you are answering, right? Writing. So this is a way how the project works. But after you guys see this, right? Particularly this one, workers and all, you should be in a position to understand tomorrow what I'm going to speak in terms of when I submit a Spark job, what happens. Let me think this physically. Take a photograph in your mind. Node 1, node 2, node 3. Master node, worker nodes. Master slave architecture. Same node, data node 1, data node 2. Spark master, worker 1, worker 2. That's it you record for. We'll continue on this tomorrow because this requires as an architectural question, right? Yeah, definitely. You used to ask this architectural question nowadays to your.
This would be the key for clearing the interview. The Spark architecture, right? It's a term right now.
Job submission.
So, yeah, this one explanation we used to get off.
Exactly.
I'm going to, tell you the command or your knowledge on this particular architecture.
Right? Agree, right? Right? Say you agree, right? Yes. Okay. So, great team. With me, right? Great. Thanks for staying in this thing, right? Suffocating environment.
Software is not actually.
Yeah. You are able to see this physically, right? Yeah. Even I know, like Kishore is seeing this for the first time. Sanjay is seeing this for the first time.
Right? It was on the development last time.
Yeah. Last time it was the development.
In kind of fully mature state.
Correct. And in the on from the data center, if you see the same, But we are not having it as a node separately. We are keeping following some strategy. We virtual private network we set, zones we set, two zones we set. Zone 1 has a compute optimized server, and zone 2 we have AI optimized nodes and all that. Right? Maybe we can go and see post dinner also. Like just you guys can walk over there and see. We can go and quickly see that also. Maybe at the time when you were coming, we were not able to see. Like, let me spend 1 minute of time. I know we are on top of that. Just I'll spend 1 minute of time to explain.
இல்லைண்ணா அது முடிஞ்சதுக்கப்புறம் திருப்பி அந்த நேரம் போயிடுச்சு திருப்பி பேசணும் பேசிட்டு
Yeah, okay, Tim. So we will close by now. The online people, you guys can feel free to drop off. We are going to just take a photograph and we are going to wind up after dinner and all. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks for joining. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Tim. Bye. All. Yeah, please. Yes. All right. Some of Thank you, guys.
மட்டும் எடுக்கணும் எங்க அவங்க ஒரு சில பேர் வந்து அவங்க நாலேஜ் தினேஷ் ஒருத்தவங்க பூர்வாஞ்சலி கிளம்புறாங்க அவங்க யாரு அந்த ஒரு கேர்ள் அவங்க வெஜ்ஜா நான்வெஜ் வாங்க சஞ்சய் நீங்க வெஜ்ஜா நீங்க வெஜ்ஜா அவங்க ஒருத்தவங்க நீங்க மூணு பேர் நாலு பேர் இல்ல வச்சா இது உள்ள இருக்கா சிக்கன் போய் வச்சிட்டீங்களா ரெண்டு பேருக்கு வச்சிட்டீங்களா நீங்களும் சிக்கன் அவங்க கிளம்பலாம் சப்பாத்தி இருக்கு, சப்பாத்தியும் அப்பளம். சரி. நான் இப்பதான் செய்ய இன்னைக்குதான் தெரியும். அப்படியா? ஓ ஆமா, நீங்க இதுல பாத்துருக்கேன். வெங்கடேஷ் வெஜ்ல ஸ்பூன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, ஸ்பூன் கூட எல்லாருக்கும் கொடுக்கலாம். என்ன உங்களுக்கு கிரௌட்ல கொஞ்சம் எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுது அவ்வளவுதான். கவர் என்ன கவர் யாருக்கு நீங்க சாப்பிடுங்க. எது நீங்க சாப்பிடுங்க வெட்டி கொடுங்க நாலு மூணு இருக்கா ஒரு சாப்பிட்டு வேற யாரும் வச்சு எத்தனை வயசு இருக்கு இல்ல இல்ல எனக்கு கவர் மட்டும் கவர் மட்டும் சாப்பிடுமா சாப்பிடு அவ்வளவுதான் சாப்பிடு 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 எடுத்துக்கணும் சாப்பிடுங்க சாப்பிட்டு 5 நிமிஷம் கூட ஒரு ப்ரொஃபைல் கொஞ்சம் பண்ணுவாங்க எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் டிசிபி தான் ஒரு நல்லா தெரியும் முடிச்சு ஒரு 4 மாசம் நல்லா நல்லா பண்ணுவாங்க சீக்வல் நல்லா பண்ணுவாங்க பைத்தான் ஒரு 2 கோடி வச்சுக்கோங்க பைத்தான் டிசி இப்போதைக்கு வீட்டுல வந்து எல்லாம் மேரேஜ் பண்ணி அவங்க ஐடி தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணாங்க 6 மாசம் அப்புறம் வீட்டுல பேங்கிங் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பேங்கிங் வீட்டுக்கு வந்தாங்க இப்போ அவங்க பேங்கிங் அங்கே போயிட்டு ஐடியில் போனால் நம்ம தான் அதையும் அனுப்பிச்சுடுறேன் சரி நான் பார்க்கலாம் ஆமா இவங்களுக்கு ரமேஷ்
யார் எடுக்கிறாங்க நான் என்கிட்ட சொல்லியிருக்கேன் நானே கொஞ்சம் திகா இருக்காங்கல்ல அவங்களே முடிஞ்சிருக்கு போல ரிவ்யூ எதாவது வந்திருக்கா ரிவ்யூ என்ன சொன்னாங்க அப்படி ரிவ்யூ அட்டன் பண்ணலாம் ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை பசங்க ஆனா என்ன தெரியுமா பண்ண
Sorry, sir. Travel time ஒரு அதான் நான் எங்க போனோம் என் தம்பி வந்து அண்ணா நகர்ல வந்திருக்கான். கூட ரெஸ்யூம் ஷேர் பண்றேன். சரி வந்து ரொம்ப நேரம் இங்க உட்காந்துருப்பாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி
போயிட்டு கண்டிப்பா போயிட்டு அப்படியே கார் எடுத்து போயிடலாம் நமக்குமே ஒரு இதாயிடுச்சு ஃப்ரீ ரைடு மாதிரி அந்த 90% லேடிஸ் தான் அந்த வில்லேஜ்ல நீங்க லாட்ச் பண்ணணும் உங்களோட ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் தான் வாங்கிக்கணும் ஆனா கண்டிப்பா எல்லாமே ஒர்க்கிங் பண்ணிட்டா போன வருஷம் மேல பெரிய ஒரு லே ஆஃப் பண்ணாங்க 1300 பேர் லே ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு அந்த நேரம் வராங்க 10 பேர் என்ன லாஸ்ட் எங்க கூட்டம் அந்த வெளியே அழைச்சிட்டு போன நிறைய பேர் நான் பார்த்தேன் அவங்க ரிசப்ஷன் போயிட்டு இருப்பாங்க இன்டர்வியூ வெயிட் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க எல்லாரும் பண்றாங்க ஏஐ நாள பண்றதுனால இல்ல ஏஐ இல்ல கண்டிப்பா இனிமேதான் வரும் பெரிய டீம் வந்து எல்லாருக்கும் வேலை போனா ஈவெண்ட் சென்ட்ரலைஸ் டீம் மாதிரி வருது என்ன ஏஐ வந்து ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணணும் பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு ஒரு டீம் கொஞ்சம் லாபம் எது வந்து வரப்பிக்கணும் நீ சொல்ற மாதிரி ஐடி ஆரியா இருந்ததுன்னா எல்லா பிசினஸ் எல்லாமே போகும் டாக்ஸ் மோஸ்ட்லி கட்டதே இல்லை நம்ம அவ்வளவுதான் எனக்கு டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும் இப்ப எல்லாம் என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா எல்லாருக்கும் லோக்கல் போட்டு வாழ்க்கை முன்னாடி ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி நான் வந்துட்டு இந்த பிஎஸ்4 இன்டெஸ்ட் பிசினஸ் சர்க்கிள் நாலு இப்ப புதுசா வந்து பிஎஸ்4 லைசன்ஸ் கொடுத்தான் அவனுக்கு ஒரு நாளைக்கு 2 கொடுப்பான் அவன் ஒரு மணி நேரம் முடிச்சுவான் அப்ப அவனுக்கு வேலை பார்க்க எதுவுமே இருக்காது என்னாச்சுன்னா ஜெயகாந்த பண்ணல எப்ப நான் பண்ணுவேன் மாதிரி 6 மாசம் வரைக்கும் எம்பி பெருசா இறக்கி நாலேஜ் ஒரு புது இன்ஸ்டால் மாதிரி கம்மியாக ஒரே ஒரு கான்செப்ட் அடுத்து நீங்க ரெக்குவயர்மெண்ட்டை ஃபீடாக வந்து அதுவே எடுத்து ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரே கசின் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா முடிச்சிருக்கோம். எதுவுமே பண்றது
அதே வேலை சொல்லணும் டாக்டர் சொல்றேன் அது இவன் டாக்டர் ஸ்லாக்லையும் சரி வெயிலையும் அவுட் பேசுறான் ஒரு மாதிரி ஒரு பாயிண்ட் பண்ணா நம்ம கம்பேர் பண்ண வேற முடிக்க மாட்டேங்குது அதே பண்ணல அசோசியேஷன் போடுற மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சு.
ஆனா எல்லாம் மேடம் நிறைய பேர் புரிஞ்சுக்க மாட்டேன். சூப்பர்வைஸ் பண்ண தெரியும், சூப்பர்வைஸ் பண்ண தெரியும்னா உங்களுக்கு ஆக்சுவலா நாலேஜ் தெரியும்.
அது வேணும் ஜாப்
எப்பவுமே அதை வேற பார்த்து மானிட்டர் பண்ணி ஆட்டோ பைபாஸ் இதுல நம்ம பெர்மிஷன் கேட்கறது
அது நம்ம செட் பண்ணலாம் இப்போ இது வரைக்கும் என்ன கேட்காது டைம் செட் பண்ணா அதோட
போன மீட்டிங் டவுட் வாட்ஸ்அப்ல மெசேஜ்
ஆமா நான் இவர்தான் 2000 பல்லாவரம் மாஸ்டர்ஸ் ஆமா
பக்கமா
நான் கேக்குறேன் ஜிபே பண்ணிடுறேன்
வெளியே வரணும் அப்படியா
எனக்கு ஒரு சில பேர் தான்
கம்பெனிக்குள்ள போனோம்னு இங்க ரீல் பண்ணலாம் விஷயமே தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும் நிறைய இப்பதான் எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும் நான் நான் எத்தனை பேர் சேர்த்து அதுல இருந்து
மக்களே போன் முடிச்சோடனே
போர்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா டீம் ஒருத்தனா
வாழ்நாட்டுல நாலு ஐஸ்வர்யா
நான் கொஞ்சம் லாயலா இருக்கணும் தான் வரல இல்லாட்டி எனக்கு இதோட 19 எக்ஸ்ட்ரா நமக்கு சண்டை ஐபி இந்த வாட்டி 6 மாசம் 6 மாசம் ஐபி ஆகி இப்போ ஒரு 15%
ஆபீஸ் போய் சொன்னீங்கன்னா வீட்டுல 5 போனோம் லைஃப் டைம் ஒர்க் பண்ணுவாங்க பால் மார்க்கெட் அஞ்சு வருஷம் 6 மாசமா போயிட்டு கேன்சல் ஆச்சு சேர் நல்லா இல்ல நல்லா இருக்கு சானிடேஷன்யா உங்களுக்கு
இருக்கு ஆனா அது எப்படின்னா கார்னர்ஸ்ல மட்டும் வச்சிருப்பாங்க எல்லாம் ஆக்குபைடா இருக்கும்
சாப்பாடு போட்டுருவாங்க சாப்பாடு ஃப்ரீ குடிக்க பழம் ஸ்நாக் எல்லாமே ஃப்ரீ எல்லாம் பக்காவா இருக்கும் வீட்டுல இருந்து சாமி உள்ள
அங்கே தங்கிக்கலாம் காம்பவுண்ட் பண்ணி
பாத்ரூம் கிடையாது அந்த மாதிரி கேப் இருக்கு கேப் ஃப்ரீ கேப் ஃப்ரீ அது கிளப் பண்ணுவோம் மோஸ்ட்லி கிளப்பிங் லைக் இருக்கும் டைம் போட்டு அசுதா கிளப் பண்ணுவோம் இதெல்லாம் கூட கஷ்டமா இருக்கு ஒரு ஆள் தான் கேப் பண்ணணும் நாளைக்கு மாதிரி கஷ்டமா இருக்கு
ஆக போட்டு கடுப்பான பவுலிங் கூட
ஆமா பவுலிங் அப்புறம் பேட்டிங் ஆடும்போதே
வீட்டுக்கு வச்சு
வீட்டுக்கு ஒரு 3 குறைக்க ஆரம்பிச்சான்
உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட் நம்ம நீங்க படிக்கும் போது உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட் வந்து அவர் யாரு உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட் நம்ம ரெஃபர் பண்ணிட்டேன் இல்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நீங்க அந்த பழைய சூழ்நிலை மீட்டப் வரும்போது வந்தீங்க நான் என்ன பண்ணா காலேஜ் பிஎம் பேர் நான் எப்படி பண்ணேன் அவங்க தான் அப்ப நீங்க மீட்டப் வந்தீங்கல்ல மீட்டப் வந்தாரு மீட்டப் வந்தாரு பேட்ச் முடியும் போது மீட்டப் வந்து நான் போய் சாயந்தரம் ஏதாவது லிமி தான் போட்டீங்க சாப்பிட்டு
லோகேஷ் தெரியுமா?
ஆமா
லோகேஷ்
அப்படியா லோகேஷ் லட்சுமி பண்றீங்க
ஆமா லோகேஷ்
லோகேஷ்
லோகேஷ் நான் ஒரு சென்ட் லோகேஷ் வந்து
அப்படியே சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க படிக்கல சொல்லி அவனோட கம்பெனிக்கு அவரோட பொண்ணு கம்பெனிக்கு நல்லா பண்றான்னு சொல்லி ரிஷிகுமார் வந்து இப்ப காட்டு நல்லா பண்ணுவோம் கம்யூனிகேஷன் ரொம்ப சூப்பர் பெங்களூர் நாங்க ஒரு 3 months ஒன்ஸ் ஒரு கண்ட்ரி போயிட்டு வந்துருக்காரு ரிசர்ச்ல போயிட்டு ஃபுல்லா ஒர்க் பண்றப்ப அட்வான்ஸ் செய்யலாம் ஃபுல்லா அட்வான்ஸ் ரொம்ப ஒரு எப்படி போறீங்க சரி உங்களுக்கு என்ன போன்ல இவங்களே மூவ் பண்ணி விடலாம்ல போன்ல போன் எம்ப்ளாய் தான்
அப்படியா
அதையும் சொல்லாதீங்க நீங்க படிச்சீங்க யூஸ் பண்றீங்க பண்ண இப்ப நிறைய
பேசுவீங்க நாங்க
டேட்டாபேஸ் போடாதீங்க
அவங்க யூகே பண்ணலையே நான் அதை எப்படி போய் சொல்லி போன்ல அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணுவேன்
இல்லங்க ஜிசிபி யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுன்னு சொல்றேன் டேட்டாபேஸ் போடாது ஜிசிபி போடுறேன்
டேட்டாபேஸே படிச்சிட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் மேட்டர்
வேற கால்ஸ் நிறைய வருதா உங்களுக்கு
பிரேக்ல இருக்கனால எனக்கு அதான் நான் அன்னைக்கு சொன்னேன்ல அப்ளிகேஷன்
நீங்க ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் பேஸ்ல போய் சொல்லுங்க ஷார்ட்கட்டா அவங்க ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம் அலோவ் பண்ணுங்க
இல்ல
எவ்வளவு நாள்
3 நாள்
3 நாள்ல நீங்க எப்படி வாங்க
சேலம்ல இருந்து வந்து போகணும்
டெய்லியா
இல்லங்க இப்ப எல்லாம் அது வாய்ப்பு எல்லா கம்பெனியும் வரதான் சொல்லுவாங்க நீங்க ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம்னா எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது
நீங்க ஒர்க் பண்றாங்க சரி
இல்ல அவங்க இது ஐடிசில அவங்க மார்க்கெட்டிங்ல இருக்காங்க சார் அவங்க அதெல்லாம் ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம் தான்
அவங்க சென்னையில
இல்ல அவங்க சேலம்ல ஒர்க் பண்றாங்க
அவங்களுக்காக நீங்க இங்க வர முடியல கஷ்டம்
எனக்கு ஒரு 2 days ட்ராவல் பண்ணனும்னா நான் அடிச்சுவேன் எனக்கு
ஃப்ரெண்ட் ரூம்
ஓ சார்
அது ஜாப் ட்ரை பண்ணாங்க அதனால அப்படியே வீட்லயே தான் இருக்கு ஏன்னா பிஜிக்கு தனி ஃபுட்டுக்கு தனின்னு போயிட்டு அப்படியே போயிட்டு இருக்கு
சரி அப்பனா நீங்க வெயிட் பண்ணி நீங்க பொறுமையா பாருங்க கண்டிப்பா ரொம்ப வாழ மாட்டேன் 5 நாள் வருஷம் அப்படி ஆயிடுச்சு
இல்லைங்க ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் வேலை கிடைச்சா போதும் தான் நீங்க அதுல கரெக்டிங்கா வச்சீங்கன்னா ஓப்பனா சொல்றேன்
கஷ்டம் உண்மையே
4 நாள் போயிட்டு இருக்கான்
எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட் பேஸ்ட் கம்பெனி தான் இப்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியமா வர சொல்றாங்க கன்சல்டிங் கூட பரவாயில்ல 3 நாள் விட்டுறாங்க ப்ராடக்ட்ல 4 நாள் 5 நாள்
கன்சல்டிங்கா விட்டுறாங்க
ப்ராடக்ட் தான் போட்டு இருக்குது
ஒரு நாள் வச்சுருங்க
அதான் நீங்க
டிசிஎஸ் தான் போனீங்கன்னா 5 நாள் வரும் 5 நாள் போகணும்
நிறைய இன்வைட் வந்துச்சு அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணுவேன்
தேர்வு கம்பெனி இல்லையா
ஒண்ணு ஜோவா எடுத்துருங்க ஜோவால இருக்கு சேலத்துல நாங்க டேட்டா இன்ஜினியரிங் கிடையாது
கேப்ஜெமினி இருக்கு
கோயம்புத்தூர் ஒரு பக்கம்
கோயம்புத்தூர் பக்கம் தானே
அட்லீஸ்ட் அப்படி ட்ரை பண்ணி கோயம்புத்தூர் சொல்லிட்டு
அது நான் பெங்களூர்லயே ட்ரை பண்ணேன். பெங்களூர் 4 மணி நேரம் தான் சார்.
அப்படி ட்ரை பண்ணி பெங்களூர் ட்ரை பண்ணேன்.
பெங்களூர்ல நிறைய இருக்கா? நான்
சரியா இருக்கா
வீட்டுல பாலை வாத்தீங்க. எனக்கு என்னமோ தெரியல, அந்த ஊருக்கு வாழ்க்கையில ஒரு தடவையாவது வேலைக்கு போயிடணும். போயிட்டு நான் ஒரு தடவை போனேன்.
வேலை போட்டு
நல்லாதான் இருக்கும், போயிட்டு வா, ஜாலியா தான் இருக்கும்.
அதுதான்
கல்யாணத்துக்கு மட்டும் போயிட்டு நல்லா என்ஜாய் பண்ணிட்டு வந்தேன்.
இதான் அனுபவிக்கிற வயசு.
உங்க வயசுல அனுபவிக்கிற வயசு தான்.
வேலைக்கு போறப்ப
படிக்க வந்த மாதிரி தெரியலையடா.
9 மணிக்கு கிளாஸ் போட்டா அது வந்து உட்காந்துறேன், பட்டை அடிச்சுட்டு வந்து அட்டன் பண்ணுவாங்க. எப்பயுமே ஒரு நோட்டிபிகேஷன் உங்களுக்கு வருமே, ஃபார் பெட்டர் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் ஒரு ரெக்கார்டிங் திருப்பி கேட்பான். அமைதியா இருக்கு. டேட்டா பேஸ் ஜாலியா இருக்கு.
டேட்டா பேஸ்
என்னை மாதிரி ஊருக்கு அவர் மாத்திடுவோம் சார், அஞ்சு மாத்திடுவோம். ரூட் அனுப்பிச்சு ப்ரோ, அவர் கூட அப்படியே ரமேஷ் அவர் கூட நான் பைக்ல அப்படியே போயிருக்கேன். யாருக்கும் சரி, ஓகே 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 சரி ப்ரோ.
ஆஃப் பண்றதுக்கு அதுவும் ஆஃப் ஆயிடும்.
இல்ல மீட்டிங்
தான் இருக்காங்க. அதெல்லாம் கேமரா தான். இந்த வீக்கெண்ட் பைபிள் கண்டு பேச ஆனா ஈவினிங் இங்கிலீஷ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் காம மாட்டேன் போனஸ் நான் வெயிட்டும் அவங்க எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் இல்ல எட்டு வரையும் போயிடும் பேரு உங்க வீட்டுல நாங்க வீக்கெண்டு அது கொஞ்சம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் 2 மணி வரைக்கும் அப்படிதான் முடிப்பேன் திருப்பி 2 மணி நேரம் 3 மணி கேப் இருக்கும் மறுபடியும் ஸ்கில்லே போதும் நினைக்கிறேன் பார்த்தா என்ன படிச்சாங்க அதுக்குள்ளேயே ரொம்ப எல்லாமே எவ்வளவு நாள் ஒர்க் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க எவ்வளவு நவம்பர் வெளியே ட்ரை பண்றீங்களா இல்லை நீங்க இப்பதான் கால்ஸ் வந்துட்டு இருக்கு எப்படி படிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன பண்ணிருக்கீங்க நான் ஆக்சுவலா நானும் அது என்னோட பார்த்தேன் அதுக்கப்புறம் பேக்கிங் உங்ககிட்ட சூப்பரா நாலேஜ் அதான் ஏன்னா எனக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் அந்த மாதிரி பேசுறது அதான் இந்த மாதிரி ஒண்ணுமே இல்லைங்க உங்களை விட பெட்டரா யாருமே தெரிஞ்சுக்க
எனக்கு ரிசீவ் பண்றது கொடுங்க. அது பிரச்சனை. நான் வந்து
டெக்னிக்கலா நீங்க பண்ணிட்டீங்க. டெக்னிக்கலா வேலை பண்றது வந்து எந்த அளவுக்கு முக்கியமோ அது கம்யூனிகேட் பண்றது. நம்ம இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து இந்தியாவுக்குள்ள தான் கம்பெனி இருக்கு, எல்லாம் தமிழ்ல தான் பேசிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா அது வந்து சூப்பர், பிரச்சனை இல்லை. நீங்க தான் அந்த கம்பெனி இருக்கீங்க, உங்களை வச்சுக்காக இல்லை. ஏன்னா நீங்க டெக்னிக்கலா வச்சிருக்கீங்க. ஆனா வேற வழி இல்லை, நம்ம இங்கிலீஷ்காரங்க தான் வேலை பார்க்கணும். அப்போ இந்த ஸ்கில் எவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட்டோ அதே நீங்க இதுல நல்லா உங்களை பில்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. அதுவும் பில்ட் பண்ணாத நோட் பண்ணேன். அது ஒன்று மட்டும் தான் கிட்ட பெண்டிங்கா இருக்கு. உங்களுக்கு விஷயம் தெரியும், அதை சொல்ல தயங்குறீங்க. இப்போ நான் தமிழ்ல இப்போ ஸ்பார்க்னா என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டேன்னா உங்களால ஒரு பேச முடியும். கரெக்டா? ஆர்கிடெக்சர் வச்சு அதை பேசணும். அளவுக்கு நேரம் கிடைச்சிருச்சு. ஆனா அதை இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொன்னா மட்டும்தான் இங்க வேலை வேலை ஒண்ணுமே கம்பெனில இருந்து உள்ள இருந்து இங்கிலீஷ்னால மட்டும் அந்த டீம் ஓகே. இதை எந்த அளவுக்கு நீங்க எஃபர்ட் போட்டு கத்துக்கிறீங்களோ இதே எஃபர்ட் நீங்க போடுங்க. பயமற்றப்போ தெரியும் எஃபர்ட் போடுங்க. அது ஒரு மேட்ரிக் கிடையாது. யாருடைய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் பேசல மெசேஜ் பண்ணும்போது இங்கிலீஷ்ல மெசேஜ் பண்ணாங்க, தமிழ்ல மெசேஜ் பண்ணாங்க. காலேஜ் வரைக்கும் எனக்குமே அப்படிதான் நஷ்டமா இருந்தது. வளர்த்துக்கிறது தான் என்னங்கிறீங்க, ஒரு தைரியம் வளர்த்துக்கணும். ஒரு தூரம் காலேஜ் நடந்து வந்திருக்கீங்க, நீங்க பண்றீங்கல்ல இப்போ இந்த மல்டி நோட் டாஸ்கிங், இது வந்து உலகத்துல இருக்கிற 90% மக்களுக்கு தெரியாது. ஐடி உலகத்துல இருக்கிற 90% மக்களுக்கு தெரியாது. இதே பண்றீங்க, இது ஒரு மேட்டர் வந்து பேசுறது உங்க வீடு எங்க? ஆமா, அது கொஞ்சம் பீஸ் என்ன எவ்வளவு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்? எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் நானே தான். பட் அது நானே நான் ஜமுனா சஸ்பென்ஷன்ஸ் தெரியுமா? ஒன்றும் நம்ம வரைமுறை தாண்டி ஓகே அங்கதான் வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். முதல்ல 8 மாசம் வேலை பார்த்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் 8 மாசத்துக்கு எல்லாம் தாங்க முடியல. அவனுக்கு ஓவரா பாலிடிக்ஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. 7,000 ரூபாய் 8,000 ரூபாய் சம்பளம், போயிட்டு வரதுக்கே கரெக்டா இருந்தது. இங்க இருந்து வேலையால நான் வந்து ஒரு டீச்சர்ஸ் தான் கடைசியில பார்த்தா நான் வந்து ஒரு அங்கேயும் டெர்மினேட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. எஸ்சிபி வெறும் நைட் ஷிஃப்ட் விடவே மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. டெலிவரி மேனேஜர் எல்லாம் எடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் நீ வந்து எனக்கு சத்தியமா தெரியாது. ஏன்னா நம்ம விடாம வேலை தெரியும். ஆக்சுவலா நான் அசோக்ல அந்த இதே மறைச்சிட்டேன். திருவள்ளூர் நான் வந்து குவாலிட்டிக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஓகேன்னா ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுத்து அசோக்ல அதுவும் 3 ரவுண்ட் இருந்துச்சு, 3 கிளியர் பண்ணேன். அதுவும் சூப்பர். அதுல என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா ஒரு ரெண்டு நாளுக்குள்ள அந்த ஒர்க் முடிக்கணும், அப்படி இல்லைன்னா அந்த ஒர்க்கை நீங்க பார்க்கணும். எனக்கு இனிஷியலா எதுவுமே தெரியாது, இல்ல அதான் அதனால சரி எதுவும் எனக்கு செட் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது அப்படின்னு இனிஷியல் டைம் அதே மாதிரி ரிஸ்க் எடுக்கணும் லைஃப்ல. அப்போ நான் மட்டும் இந்த ரிசல்ட்டா போறதுக்கு பயந்து பயந்து மாறி இருக்கு. போகும்போது சத்தியமா இல்ல இப்பதான் போனேன். இங்க இருந்தா எனக்கு ஹெல்ப்பா இருக்கு. அங்க வந்து இங்கிலீஷ் தான் நமக்கு உதவி நான் போனது எஸ்கியூஎல் டெவலப்பரா. அங்க எனக்கு கொடுத்தது டேட்டா இன்ஜினியரிங். எஸ்கியூஎல் அப்படின்னா அப்படிதான் அது இதுவே நெகட்டிவ்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேன். இப்போ இருக்கிற வேர்ல்டுக்கு வந்து நான் என்னன்னா பெஸ்ட்டும் சொல்லுவேன். ஏன்னா எனக்கு ஏபிசிடில இருந்தா கத்துக்கிட்டேன். நீங்க டேரக்டா வந்து ஏபிசிடி இருந்து கத்துக்காம எழுத்து கூட்டி படிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டீங்க. ஏபிசிடி படிக்காம எனக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஏபிசிடி படிக்க வேண்டிய சூழ்நிலை இல்லை, அதனால நீங்க படிக்கல. இப்போ நான் ஏபிசிடில இருந்து ஸ்டாண்டிங் வச்சிருக்கீங்க வச்சாரு. அதனால இது எங்க இருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு அங்க இருந்து எங்களுக்கு நாலேஜ் இருக்கும். இப்போ நீங்க உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன் தேவையில்லை. 6 மாசத்துலயே அவர் மாறு பட்டு 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 மாறி இருக்கு. ஆனா இது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். சொல்லி கொடுத்தாலும் ஆர்கிடெக்சர் அதுவே ஏதாவது ஒரு குட்டி குட்டியா பாயிண்ட் சொன்னாலுமே நீங்க போய் படிங்க. பேக் அவர் சொல்லி தர இருக்குன்னா என்ன அப்படின்னு படிக்க படிக்க தான் உங்களுக்கு நீங்க அப்படியே எப்படியும் வேலை பார்த்துருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு பண்ணுவோம். இங்க இருக்கவங்களுக்கு அப்புறம் நாங்க புதுசாக சொல்ல முடியாது. நீங்க என்ன புதுசாக இருக்கீங்களோ அதை ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. தான் நடந்திருக்காங்க. ஆமா நீங்க கத்துக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு காசு கிடைக்கும். பே பண்ணாதான் நீங்க அவங்க சம்பளம் வேற பேசிக் ஓகே ஓகே ஜெயச்சந்திரன் ப்ராடக்ட்லாம் எடுத்து என்ன என்ன பண்றீங்க? பில்ஸ் ஏஐல பில்ல இருக்க அதை வந்து நடிக்கிறாங்க. ஓகே எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட். அது பில் ஜெனரேட் பண்ணும்போது அந்த டேட்டா பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணுவோம். போத்தீஸ் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. சர்வீஸ் அவங்க அதான் டீப் எவ்வளோ டேட்டா வந்து அது ஃபுல்லா கவரா கையெழுத்து எல்லாருமே அவங்க அது ரிமோட்ல போயிட்டு வந்தாரு. நம்ம 4 lakhs bills கொடுத்தாங்க. பேசிட்டாங்க. நீங்க எப்ப கொல்கத்தா? இல்ல நான் இப்ப இங்க போடுறேன். ஒரு ஜெயராம் அவர் அண்ணா அப்படி சரி ரைட் ஓகே. எனக்கு நேற்று கூட கிரேட்ல உங்க எப்படி சொந்தக்காரங்களா இல்ல மாமாவோட ரொம்ப இப்ப கூட அப்படி சொன்னீங்களா? எனக்கு தெரியாது. உள்ள சீக்வன்ஸ் மாதிரி பார்த்துட்டே இருக்கோம். ஓகே அவர் கிளம்பிட்டார்.
இருங்க. சரி, இல்ல நான் அந்த போய் போய் சாப்பிட்டேன். இந்த குழந்தைங்கள ஒரு எல்லாரும் போயிடலாம். வாங்க. இந்த இது வாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க. பாப்போம்.
பாய்.
ஆமா ஆமாமா
இப்பதான் சொல்றாரு.
ஜெயராம் சொல்லுங்க.